everyone. My name is Katie of the Greenland Quilter channel, and I hope everybody's been having a lovely Friday. I cannot believe it. We are on June the 27th of 2025. In 3 days, we will be closing the books on half of 2025. Now, how in the heck could that have even happened? It's like the planet. Friday. I cannot believe it. We are on June everyone. My name is Katie of the 2025, and I hope everybody in 3 days we will be closing the books on half of 2025. Now, how in the heck could that have even happened? Okay, I figured out what's going on. Anyway, back to what I was saying. It's like our planet is spinning in fast mode. What do you think about that, Teresa and Myra?
Well, it does seem like things go faster the older you get. That's,
Oh, it's so weird.
And Myra, you're on mute, so we can't hear you, hon.
Are you using your phone instead of your computer? Because that's what it looks like as you're using your phone or tablet. We can't hear you.
You're still on mute. Oh, there you go.
There you are. Now we hear you. There we go.
I forgot my computer, so I'm on my sister's tiny Kindle.
How did you get on YouTube with the Kindle?
This is Zoom.
Oh, you're not going to be able to see the chat then on YouTube. Oh, okay, got you. Hello, Bud Files. Welcome, welcome. And let me share Teresa Louise's channel. If you have never been to her channel, y'all need to hustle on over there and have a peek and subscribe to her and later watch some videos of hers. Because she has some cool videos, especially since she's very artistic with fabric. Those two horse pictures you see behind her are quilt fabric she's been collaging with. And now she's currently working on a different one. And I'm going to be flipping this over to each. I'm going to go ahead and spotlight Teresa. And Teresa, I want you to tell everybody about yourself a little bit, about your channel and what you're working on.
Hello, everyone. My name's Teresa Louise. I Quilt Too is my channel, where I do some quilting, long arming, crafts, regular quilting, and collage quilting. And that's what these are on the wall back here. And then I'm working on another collage quilt right now that I've been working on for a while. Last couple of months, huh, Katie? Maybe?
Yeah, probably about 2 months now, and it's coming along.
It's coming along.
It's shape.
Slow but sure.
Yep.
So
I love your ingenuity of how you took a window out of your storm window out of your bedroom to use to put light up underneath it. That was a great idea. See,
that's all I could think of, that's all I had. And I didn't want to spend whatever that $200 or $300 on those light boxes,
Yep. I don't blame you there.
I'm still thinking about getting one of those, but I'm going to wait till it's like half off or something.
Yeah. Or when you can afford it better, put it that way.
Yeah.
I wish I could actually find one over here, but there's no such thing over here. So I thought about trying to come up with something, but so far nothing's presented itself because I'm limited even on trying to find a window to use. So, yeah. But your idea was a great idea. So when someone doesn't have money, look around your house. You might could come up with a great idea of how to make your own homemade light box so that you can do whatever it is you're working on. I think that's wonderful.
Thank you.
What day did you say you go live on? Sunday, right?
Sunday, yeah.
Okay. All right. Hello there, Linda and Cindy, and the Bud Files is here. And I have my friend Myra. You've heard me call her Sissy because we're like sisters, thick as thieves. So, Myra, what are you going to work on tonight or today?
Well, usually I'm sewing either on my dad's Janome, and happy 91st heavenly birthday, Daddy. We lost him 5 years ago, and today would have been his 91st birthday. Anyway, I inherited his Janome, and then last year I bought a featherweight 221 Singer portable little machine that I absolutely am in love with. And I am working on a Christmas quilt with these blocks.
They look great, Myra.
Oh, thank you. I'm teaching myself how to do square and a square. And so I need 45 more red rectangles for these guys. And I need 20 more for these guys. And so I'm going to be cutting red fabric today to get those 65 triangles.
Fun, fun.
And for those of you that have ever been on with me before, cutting is extremely anxiety producing for me. But the last time I was at my home in Central Florida, I went to my local quilt shop, Quilted Twins, shout out to them. And I get no endorsement, I get no breaks. I just love them. Anyway, and they have an Acu quilt. Now I have the Acu cutter thing too, but I don't have a 5.5 strip. But this is 5.5 inches. So now all I have to do is cut it into 5.5 squares and then cut those in half for my triangles. And that helps reduce the anxiety that I have for cutting.
That's awesome. Eventually you'll get where you won't mind cutting so much. I mean, sometimes you'll still like something so much you don't want to cut it, but most of the time, well, like I have a fabric you've seen me cutting into, it's that dark navy blue with the sun shapes on it. And I have had that for a while because I had like 5 yards of it. And I am finally just starting to cut into it a little bit on and off because I'm doing these blocks I'm doing. And I still have quite a bit of yardage that I could actually do something big if I wanted to with it. You hadn't spoken it to me until now. Okay, so what am I going to work on tonight? So tonight is another 1000 block tutorial. And today we are going to do Wild Blue Yonder, which is block number 585 on page 300 of this 1000 block book. And this is by Quiltmakers. And we have been working out of this block since the second week in February, I think. And so this is the number 11 we're going to start today. And this is the block we're going to do, this one right here. And I'm going to show you, I have already cut my fabric, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. And then I'm going to put a poll up because I want to see which way y'all like better. Okay, so I want you to keep in mind that I'm showing you 2 different ways on these corners down here. But this is the block, it's not sewn together. We're going to walk through the tutorial of it. But my question for the poll is going to be, do you like this corner better, or do you like this little additional pop of orange that I've added to the other 2 corners? Which way do you like best? And I'll put a poll up about that. So I'll wait for another hot minute or so for more people to get in here, and then we'll talk about this color. But this is what the block will look like it's before I sew it together. I'm using a really vibrant orange in the middle with this dark blue because it goes really well. And then we have this lighter blue, which is actually a turquoise that I'm using here. And it has little flowers on it. Let me show you.
And my sissy forgot that I bleed garnet and gold, so that orange and blue is giving me hives. For those that don't know, that's a Florida, University of Florida, Florida State University rivalry reference, because orange and blue is the Gators, and I bleed garnet and gold because I'm an FSU alum.
Yep. I hadn't even that didn't even cross my mind.
I know it didn't. It wouldn't
It's,
cross your mind.
no, because football's not a big deal to me.
Nope. It is to me.
Okay. All right. I'm going to start the poll. And so the question is going to be something like, do you like the little pop of orange on the corner, or do you prefer the dark blue and the turquoise on the corners? Something like that.
And the question I have to you is, what's it going to look like in the big scheme of things? I mean, are you going to do a quilt? Are you going to put all these samplers together for a quilt, or is it going to be, will those pops of orange make a little square in and of itself?
It's going to make a pin. Oh, you mean on the corner?
Well, no, where you put the little pop of orange.
No,
when
it's
you
not going. No, because each block is going into a sashing.
Okay.
Let me show you. Let me show you the layout I have chosen for this sew along. And keep in mind that there is no order to the color I'm using. This is a scrappy, outside your wheelhouse, because I know you don't believe in unorganized color. But you gotta understand that I don't work that way. I go by how I feel and what it looks like to me. And the more color in this quilt there is, the happier it's going to make me. And
I know.
And it's not gonna, it's the same thing with that mandala up there. That has 32 colors in it, and there is no order to it.
I know you and Bob Ross with your happy little colors.
It's the way I am.
I know.
God made me. Okay, so here's my quilt layout. That's what I'm going to do my quilt layout like.
Cool.
So when all these colors come together, I don't know what color sashing I'm going to use yet. I haven't made a decision on that. I might go dark, or I might do like half dark, half light, where it looks like a shadow box. I haven't made that decision yet. And also, I don't know whether I want to put that wide of a border on it. I do know I want to stop all the color once they're all mounted into the sashing, but that will come later. Right now, I'm not worried about it. We're not going to worry about that till like later in the year, because we're a long way from stopping this sew along. So I don't even know when we're going to stop it. Okay, so let me make the poll real quick, and then I'll show it again.
So for everybody out there, I am I've been a quilter wannabe for a long, long time, but I haven't been a quilter for very long. And so, yeah, I was going somewhere and I don't remember where I was going with that. So never mind. Life is good.
You gotta love my chaos, sissy.
I have to.
Hey, look at what kind of life I've had. This is what makes me happy.
And it's all about you, babe.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this block. The most probably technical part of this block is going to be the pinwheel and the half triangles. There's several half triangles in here that we're going to be using, but for the rectangles part of it is pretty self-explanatory. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one quadrant here and sew it together. I can't decide on whether, so what I'm going to do to start out with, because I need to wait to see how the poll goes, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to sew all the half triangles and then get these half triangles done. I'm going to get these triangles here sewn together. These bigger ones, we'll get all 4 of those done. And then I'll sew the rectangles together, because that's also part of it. And I'll wait till the last at the end to see what y'all have to say about these corner triangles down here. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and we'll start sewing these first. I'm not going to join them together yet, because we're going to be doing this in quadrants. This is a quadrant, quadrant 2, quadrant 3, quadrant 4, and then we'll be joining one way and joining the other way as well. So, yeah, that's because that's the way the pattern is asking you to do it. So let's go ahead and sew these together first. Hey, Denise, and hello, Jean. Welcome, welcome. And anyone else? Mary G. Hi, Mary G. Did I miss anyone else? I hope not. If I missed you, hello. All right, and I need a leader here. And then we will do another parade of blocks after I finish this. And then if I have enough time at the end of the live, I will go ahead and finish my Moda blockheads because I figured out what was wrong with it and I fixed it last night. I didn't go to bed until 5 o'clock this morning, 5 or 6, something like that. So, yeah, it was late when I went to bed.
Yeah, and guess who called me at 5:30 this morning?
Your husband?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
But it was a good call because he said he wasn't going into work, so I was happy.
Well, that's good to know. He
But
really should be taking a rest.
I wasn't off the phone with someone over the pond until almost 2, so yeah.
So you were sleepy. And your husband's like,
I had to pull off on I-75 at the rest stop before I-10 for 30 minutes this morning before I could finish driving all the way down here.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Do you remember? I don't know if you remember or not. I don't know if you and I were, I don't think so. This was probably before you and I met each other. I had to do OJT it was part of the requirement of one of my college degrees. And I had been sent to Jacksonville to do my OJT. So that meant I had to get up at 4:30 in the morning because I had to be at work at 7 a.m.
Oh.
And it wasn't the morning commute that bothered me so much. It was coming home in the afternoon exhausted. There was times where I had to pull off on the side of the road and sit and lock my doors and take a nap. And a lot of times you would see me driving down the highway, even though it was hotter than Hades, with my window down just so it would keep me awake because the warmth, the sun in my face, because I was going home and the sun sets in the west. So the sun's in your face and the warmth of it and me being tired, it would yeah, I can tell you there was countless times where I knew I had to pull over. And that went on for the whole summer. I was so tired. Okay, now I've done the half triangles. Now what I'm going to do is go ahead and sew these rectangles together because this is another part of this we can do while I'm letting y'all check out the poll. If you don't know what we're talking about here, for those that just came in, let me show you. I'm talking about the corners of this block. Do you like the pop of color or do you like this dark blue right here? The blue and the turquoise. Let me know in the poll. Nope, it's not. Because I lived in Lake City, and Lake City is 63 miles west of Jacksonville. And I had to go all the way to Orange Park, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Orange Park, because the Buckman Bridge is right up the road from Orange Park. And there was, some of the work we were doing we would be crossing the Buckman Bridge on a regular basis. And I think the Buckman Bridge is pretty darn cool. Not as nice as the Dames Point Bridge, but you have to go Timbuktu to get on that one. That Dames Point one is beautiful. Why is this block short? Uh-oh, we have a problem.
Hi, Denise. Hi, Jean. Hi, Mary.
No problem. You have an opportunity.
I just got to go cut a new piece. Because that must have, yeah, these, what was the size of these blocks again? I must have shortchanged myself. 2 5/8 by 4 3/4. Gotta love when you make a mistake. All right. Nothing I can't fix. Hopefully I didn't do the rest of them like that. Okay, you get kicked out. We'll use you for something else. All right, back to sewing. So you're probably wondering what kind of OJT it was. So I have 2 college degrees. I have one in landscape design, and the other one is an Associate of Arts degree in fine arts, because I had intended on going, entering the University of Florida as a 3rd-year student. And
Because she hadn't met me yet and didn't know any better.
I would never go to FSU for what I was doing. Sorry. They didn't have what I needed.
Y'all, lest you think I'm horrible, my sister graduated with her bachelor's in nursing from UF, but that was only because we were in Alaska and when she was a senior, and she didn't know any better either. But no, seriously, it was because there was no nursing program at Florida State.
Now, Florida State doesn't have what I wanted to take that UF did. So what I was going to do is major in science and minor in environmental horticulture. They had a bang up horticulture program there, and I could enter that. I could test out 2 semesters of classes because I already had them at Lake City Community College, and all I had to do was take a final exam for the herbaceous part of it, the woody plants part of it. There was a couple other classes like soils and fertilizers I could have just took the final exam for, and I would have tested out, but I would still had to take other classes to make up for the credit hours by doing that, because you have to put in so many hours of class time anyway. But and I would have been able to do that because I was going to dual degree at the UF by working on a science degree, so that I wanted to teach in middle school, high school science while I was working on a master's degree in horticulture. Continue on. I would go bachelor's to master's in the horticulture. And because I wanted to get myself where I could teach on a junior college level, because I really wanted to be a teacher at the school in Lake City for landscape design, because I was, I had a 3.8 GPA in that whole thing. And I was tutoring golf course students because they're lazy. And they, when a teacher comes to you and says, will you please help my golf course students because they're not passing either the woody plant class or the herbaceous plant class? And I said, well, that depends. And he says, depends on what? That you tell them that whatever I say they got to do, they got to do. Because I'm not going to waste my time if they don't want to learn. And he's like, they'll do it. And so I took them off campus and I worked their butts hard. But the reason I took them off campus is because when you're a landscaper, you might be planting juvenile sized trees and shrubs and ground covers, but you can't always go by what a juvenile looks like versus a mature tree. You need to see the mature tree so that you can learn the Latin names of these, because a lot of the Latin names of trees and plants and stuff have some, like the species part of it. Like I'll give you an example. Quercus nigra, that is called a white oak. No, black oak, sorry. Now, nigra means black. So if you look at a black oak, the bark has this black tint to it. And that's a way to learn the Latin name because you can associate that with that. And I showed them how to associate some part of the plant with the name that you're learning. And some of the names, some of the Latin is very hard to learn, especially learn how to spell it. It's not easy.
Yeah.
And, you know, I was just good at it because I loved it. And that's probably why I didn't have trouble learning it. But golf course students, you know, they just didn't think they had to do it, but, you know, they did. It's part of their requirements.
Hi, Jody. Hi, Joyce.
Hey, Joyce, and hi, Jody. But I did get them where they were passing. I mean, they all graduated with, you know, good grades, and I thought that to me, the herbaceous plant course was harder than the woody one because you're working on plants that you grow in a greenhouse. Or you're learning annuals and perennials and, you know, all these, and there's so many of them, and, you know, a lot of people struggle with those Latin names on those plants are much harder than the usual everyday stuff you plant in your yard that can live even when it's cold, you know.
Yeah. Cindy is a retired elementary school teacher.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
And she says middle and high school teachers are her heroes.
yeah, you know, I was a substitute teacher before I moved to Greenland, and I did middle school, high school, and I loved it. I had done some subbing of elementary, but I realized I didn't enjoy that as much as I did working with teenagers. There's just something about the teenagers and their bright minds, and, you know, yes, they can be smart alecky and stuff, but if you establish a good rapport with them as a teacher, you usually don't have that much trouble with them, except for the problem child anyway. And usually those that were acting out had something going on at home probably. But I mostly worked at Fort White High School and the middle school out there. I used to work a lot at not Richardson. Dang it. It used to be called Lake City Junior High, and then they changed the name of it. Now I can't remember what they changed it to. I'd started out there, and then when I moved out between Lake City and Fort White, and the head of the HR department in Fort White called me and says, I hear you moved out our way. Would you be interested in subbing at our school? I'm like, I'm interested in subbing in any school as long as I can work. Because, you know, I was living paycheck to paycheck, you know, and the fall kept me busy, and the spring was like this huge drop off because teachers didn't take time off because they weren't allowed to, because they had to get their students ready for FCAT. And I think I have, yeah, we're gonna have to look at the book for that. And so a lot of times I didn't get to work, so I would take all my pay that I made from subbing in the fall along with my income tax return check, and that's what I lived off of during the spring and summer. Because when my husband passed away, I was left pretty much destitute. So
I bet you can't not guess what I went to college for.
what did you go to college for? It wasn't plants, was it?
No.
I'm
going to see if anybody can guess what I went to college.
Library science.
How about accounting?
Yes. Accounting. That is correct.
And the reason I said that is because I know more of one quilter that used to be accounting before they became YouTube people.
Yep, I took accounting. At first I was taking computer science and accounting courses. And, you know, until I decided what I wanted to be. And I was really good at math, so I stayed in that. But 10 years later, I was wishing I would have taken computer science because I got more into the computer field than I did the accounting field. And so then I had to go back and take all the computer science classes.
Oh, nice.
But now you can guess, what class did I teach in high school? Or junior high, sorry. What do you think I taught in junior high?
It would have either been record keeping or bookkeeping or math. Or maybe
Home ec.
Huh?
Home
unless
ec.
unless it was teaching kids how to do their finances.
Home ec. No, I taught art. Art.
Oh, look at, yeah, I should have known that based on your artistic tendencies. Kimberly Jolly from Fat Quarter Shop was an accountant. Yes, she was. She had a master's degree, I think, in it, or has one in it. And then she swung over to what she does now.
Yeah, I got really tired of being at a desk all the time. That was my main reason why I didn't like it. I just couldn't sit in an office, like in a cubicle,
Yeah.
for the rest of my life. I just couldn't do it, you know.
What is everybody working on today? Or are you just chilling and watching?
Ooh, I would have loved to take an archaeology.
Yeah, archaeology would be fun.
Yeah.
You know what I should have did, since I'm a lifelong born asthmatic. I could kick myself for not taking time out to get a certificate in respiratory therapy, because I have enough of a knowledge that I probably would have done fine in it.
Well, you know, you can take online courses now.
Don't you think I'm a little old for that?
No, not at all. It would be so good for your brain, and you're smart enough, you could do it, you know.
Yeah, I would
It's
love to take some more science classes for sure. Maybe math, because I'm just too old. But you're right, it would help me keep my brain active. Would you? I wish this thing would stop asking me if I want to pin add this. Archaeology, yeah, you know, they have archaeologists that's been studying the Norse ruins here in Greenland. They still haven't been able to determine what made them disappear. I think many Ice Age did. They either left because they couldn't provide for their families because it was, you know, they didn't have Inuit blood in them, or they died because of starving. One of the two. They did find that they had been eating seal and polar bear, though, because they found a burial part where people were burying all their leftover foods and stuff. And because polar bears can like come and get you.
Yeah, and I would think that some cultures would not be used to just eating meat.
Yeah, well, they weren't, because they were farmers.
Right.
Along with war makers.
Right. So whereas your indigenous people, you know, they develop the ability to eat mostly meats and stuff.
Yeah.
What did I read, that there was something that they got out of the fat and the
Yeah, whale meat and fat and blubber, and seal meat and fat and blubber contain niacin and other high levels of nutrients. And because of that, that's how they're able to survive in the Arctic the way they do. And that's why they still eat this way, because it does, especially if you live north of the Arctic Circle, that almost all Greenlanders eat this way still, even now, because they're healthier for one thing. And some of the Western world has kind of creeped in, and you're starting to see some obesity, but most Greenlanders are not obese. It's just a few of them. Like when I first moved here, you didn't see anybody but myself that was obese. And then over the last 14 years, out of a population of say 3,800, there might be 10 that you see this way now. And I think it's probably, you know, contributing factors that's contributed to that.
Yeah, well, bringing in breads and all that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah, and sugar.
That
When you go
they're
in a
not used to. Yeah, and
yeah,
sugar, they're not used to all that stuff.
no.
But it
When you
was
go,
like there was something, maybe you know, but they were able to get their vitamin C and stuff like that from meat, a certain part
yeah,
of the meat. I can't
yeah.
remember.
It's from the seal and whale.
Uh,
And you also get nutrients from fish, the different types of fish, because they eat several different types. And I think crab just started to being a thing because back in the old days, I don't even think crab was anywhere near this island. But now there's a migration going, a huge migration actually, of what usually would live further south is moving more north. Um, so Torben's been hunting king crab. So he's built some big crab pots that he drops in the water from his boat, and he leaves them there with buoys attached to them. And then he goes on about his business to do other things like take me somewhere, or we all go fishing.
Torben is going to be my best buddy when I get there. I'm just saying.
Well, you need make sure you got to come through the summer so that we can go off with yeah, because you're gonna love going off.
Because I love crab.
Oh yeah, there's
yeah,
that.
no doubt.
That's what I had for dinner tonight. I love crab.
And I have a freezer full of 12 kilos of shrimp. All right, let me look at this poll because I've gotten to the point where I need to see what everybody's saying. All right, so we have 13 votes, and 62% say they like the pop of color, and 38% said the other way. So I think I'm going. Now, let me ask all of y'all, and you can answer this question in the chat. Do you like the pop of color just on the 2 corners, or do you want me to put the pop of color on all 4 of the corners? Tell me 2 corners as an answer or 4 corners as an answer. Tell me in the chat. Because I know y'all love contributing to making these blocks. So let me know, only on 2 corners or on all 4 corners? Let me know. Let's see what you say. And here we are so far with this block. Let's see what everybody says.
Okay.
Cindy says 4.
I'll say 4.
Oh, so far 4, 4, 4. 4.
You know me, I'm for symmetry 4.
I love you.
I know.
Anyone else want to contribute to the answer of this? Either 2 or 4. So far we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fours because I'm counting Myra's and Teresa's.
That's what I was thinking too, Myra. Symmetry.
You know me, I'm the odd man out here. What do you like, 2 or 4? Well, I like both of them. Joyce says 4. Hey there. When did
I
you
like
add
both
a
of
number
them
on the end
too,
of your
but
name? Joy T's got numbers at the end of her name now. Cindy says 4.
yeah, a lot of people do, I noticed.
What's with
Yeah,
the numbers,
I
guys?
do too.
It
Yeah,
might
what
be
is it?
a YouTube thing.
Yeah, I'm asked. That's what I was wondering. Is what's up with the numbers?
I don't know. I have them too. I don't know why.
Yeah, you do, and I'm like, why are you got numbers here?
It's YouTube. I think because there's so many people now, it kind of helps with.
That's interesting. All right, then the majority says all 4 corners, so that's what we're going to do. All right, let's take off the 2 turquoise ones. And let's add these oranges in here. And then we can start sewing the rest of this now. We'll sew these triangles first. And then we're going to start doing this in quadrants. Okay. What I'll do is I'll do the triangles. And then I'll show you how we're going to sew this block together.
Okay, dokie.
I wish my table was bigger so you could see the whole block. That's because this design board's huge. So I walked in here. I have something to tell you guys. You're going to laugh. So I walk in here yesterday. And I'm getting ready for a live, and I moved this camera apparatus, and I feel what feels like hair on my arm. And I'm like, what the heck? And I look, and there's a spider dangling from the ceiling, and it had been putting webs from the ceiling to my camera apparatus. Now, I had been in my sewing room, the sewing area day before yesterday. So this spider did this overnight, but the spider was dangling from a thread, and it had itself like this in a ball. So it must have had something. It must have been eating. So I killed it. And then I went in the one of my containers of fabric today to look for something. And what did I find in there? Another daggum spider. So the house has gotten so warm, the spiders are coming out of hibernation, apparently. So I've been spending the last 2 or 3 weeks killing big spiders.
Well, they need to all be dead before I show up.
They only show up right at spring, and then the rest of them are outside. Just some of them somehow get inside the house, and you don't see them until the house turns into a sauna. They probably come in the window when I have the windows open or something. I don't know. Because I've had the kitchen window open and I've had the front door open a lot the last few days. Because it's really hot in this house. I'm running a fan right here and I'm still hot. And I don't want to open all the windows because then you know what it'll do? It'll make the boiler kick the heated flooring on. We have the thermostat turned down pretty low, but it'll still kick it on because there's a security emergency thing built into the boiler system, and the computer electronic part of it, that if it drops below a certain temperature, it'll automatically kick on the floors. And then it'll really get hot in here. So I've learned not to open all the windows in this house because I don't want the floor hot. Because the floors really do heat this house good. The only room that we keep the thermostat in the same position is in the bathroom. Our bathroom has tile on it, and if it gets the least bit cold, it is so uncomfortable on your bare feet. It's very uncomfortable.
What temperature in your house do you think is too hot?
It feels like it's 80 degrees inside this house right now.
Oh, I figured you were going to say 60.
No, if it was 60, you wouldn't hear me complaining. I'm complaining because I'm hot and I'm sweating, so that should tell you a lot. But I sleep. The last I'd say 4 years or 5. During the middle of winter, I have a window open. Nikolai comes home and he's like, "Aren't you cold?" Nope. Honey, it's cold in this bedroom. But I'm not cold. Hey, Fever Dream Animations, how are you? Speaking of channels, hang on a second. Those of you who came in that has channels, I'm putting in I'm telling the bot to, sorry. I'm telling the bot to share something that you can share your channel with. All you have to do is type exclamation selfie and share your channel. And I'll also share Teresa Louise's channel.
Thank you.
In case you've not been to her channel, y'all go over there and share some love and subscribe. Joyce says she sleeps with the window cracked next to her bed during the winter too. See, I didn't used to do that in Florida because in Florida it's so humid it makes it too cold. But here we have dry air, and I've gotten where now when I say something like I need air, Nicola says, "Uh-oh, she's about to open the windows." Because there's something about the fresh Greenland air, and it's like I just love it. Y'all, y'all go over to any of these channels that you've not visited before and have a look around. And if you like what you see, make sure to subscribe and watch a video later. Because we all are one community and we can help each other out, especially us little guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Teresa, you don't have no monetization on yours?
No.
You need to turn them on so some of us can become members of your channel. I know you don't care about that, but it would help.
Yeah, I thought about it, and then I could use the money for shipping.
Yeah.
When I do the giveaways and stuff like that.
Yeah, help, definitely. Or it'll help pay for gift cards.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know why that looks big. Okay, now what I'm going to do is we're going to sew one quadrant, and a quadrant means, no, I'm not. So yeah. So here's how I'm going to do this. Hang on. Ouch. Can everybody see this corner right here? Okay, so I'm going to sew these pieces together on this side. Then this is going to go like this. But I still got to sew these half triangles here first. Okay, so that's why it doesn't look, or it looks off. It's because I have not sewn this pinwheel yet. Okay, and then there's going to be this center that'll get sewn all together. And then down here on the other end of this, it's the same thing. We're going to sew this quadrant together, and then we'll join it. What do you call this? On point, Teresa? It'll be sewn like you're doing it on point, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get these pinwheels done first, because those are the ones that'll be the pain in the butt. And I need to make sure I got them. Wait a minute. Okay, I need to make sure that this is like this. Nope. I need to make sure my orange is on the right side. Because the dark blue needs to be with the lighter color and the orange with the darker color in the middle. Okay. Yeah. This one like this. That's gonna go there. Okay. Now I've got it going in the right direction. Okay. Now I'm going to sew it together. Hey, Terry. Interesting about the names and T at symbols. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with that, Terry. It's very weird. I wonder if they're trying to test something out on these lives. I find it a little, it's too bad they haven't bothered to tell us what they're planning on doing, because it kind of alarms me a little bit. Makes me think we got hacking going on or something. So what has everybody been doing today? And what are your plans for the weekend? Oh, while I'm waiting on y'all to answer that question, we're going to talk about my anniversary of the channel. I had mentioned that I wanted to do it on July the 5th, but I have changed my mind, and I'm going to explain why. Number one, most of the United States is going to be celebrating the 4th of July, and it's a holiday weekend. So the 4th is on the Friday. So you're going to have Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I don't know if Monday will be off or not, but there'll be lots of people doing barbecues and going swimming and doing all those outdoorsy things. Not everybody, but those that do a lot of that kind of thing will be out doing other things. And it made me realize, let's do it where I don't have to compete with the holiday. So I'm moving my 2-year anniversary celebration to the 19th. I've been talking to Sean, the guy who sews. We have a plan in beginning stage. He and I are going to do a Stitch It Kit challenge, and we might do the Stitch It Kit challenge during my 12-hour live. And it's so, listen up here. If you have a Stitch It Kit from Cotton Cuts that you have not done anything with, bring it on the 12-hour live, because we are going to probably do a challenge with it. And all the challenge is going to be is bring your Stitch It Kit and create. And let's see what everybody comes up with from their Stitch It Kit. And there's no set rules or anything like that. You create how you want it to look, because remember, these are all out for those that doesn't know what a Stitch It Kit is. Let me show you one. This is a Stitch It Kit. They're die cut triangles, squares, and rectangles. There's no pattern that comes in this. You design this. And a lot of us, this is fun because you can lay out all these, you can make a block, just this block you and I are working on right now. There's enough pieces in here to make this entire block without having to cut anything. Now, it won't be the same size as this block, but it's so easy to handle. And so Sean and I are going to do a challenge, and he's already got his, and I'm waiting on my Stitch It Kit that I ordered, because I ordered 2 Corey Yoder Cali & Co. Stitch It Kits, and also I ordered another batik one because I have this batik and I have one other batik, and I'm going to combine all 3 of them together to mix the colors. And then I'm going to create a quilt top from all of that, because there'll be enough colors for me to do that. So that's my plan. But with the Cali & Co., it's cotton. It's by Corey Yoder. It's really bright and happy, and I think I could have a really good time creating something really cool out of it. Joyce says, I ordered a couple of those here a while back, a year ago. They had them like buy one, get one free. Okay, have you used it yet? If you're not and you're interested, save it for the weekend of the 19th. And the 12-hour live is going to run from 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it'll be 12 hours. So that means it'll start at 3 p.m. my time and end at 3 a.m. my time. I am going to see how much I can do in my budget for, I'm going to do gift cards, and probably next week I'll have a better idea of what I can do. And then I will be posting a link for everybody to go do a Google form. And you'll have I'm going to list vendors like Amazon, Missouri Star, Fat Quarter Shop. I think Cotton Cuts has just started doing gift cards again. And I need to find another non-sewing vendor to add to that. So if anyone has a suggestion besides Amazon, let me know, and I'll put it on the form, because when you go do the form, you're going to choose one vendor that you want a gift card from. And if you're a winner, then all I have to do, because I'll have all your information, is buy the gift card, and have it emailed to you, and voila, you got it.
You could do like Michael's or Hobby Lobby.
That's a good idea. Let me write that down because I was racking my brain on what else I could use as a vendor. I thought about Walmart, but you know, us overseers don't have a Walmart. Katie, where do you get your fabric? Is it delivered through Amazon or do you have a quilt shop nearby? Cindy, I don't have either one. I buy all of my stuff from Cotton Cuts, Fat Quarter Shop, and Missouri Star. Sometimes I'll buy from Shabby Fabrics and also Quilt a Christmas or something like that they're called. Because sometimes they have Christmas batiks and I'll go and they've given me a really good shipping rate when they ship to me, and they've been really kind, and so I've bought from them a couple of times. All right, I'm missing some more questions, looks like. Uh-oh, what is this thing doing? Let me see here. Joyce says, I just noticed my username is arranged different. YouTube put the numbers, says Mary G. Yeah, I wonder what they're up to. Joyce says, I'm back. For some reason, I just got kicked off. The same thing happened when I was watching Deb. I don't know what's going on. Joyce says, window open. So Terry is saying, hi, been listening and working on something. What you working on? Interesting about the name, she said. Joy T says, this just happened to me when I came into the channel. Oh my gosh, people got numbers.
Well, it's not just that. They have the @ sign too, and I think it's because so you can tag people. The @ sign is so you can tag people.
Yeah, I see that outside because that didn't used to be on there. Terry says she's doing motor blockheads at a snail pace. She lost her sojo. Oh, I hope you get it back. And AZ is joyful, said she had an eye doctor appointment and yoga today, so now so time. Joyce says, I just Googled why YouTube is changing our names. They're rolling out some kind of new thing where they are assigning everyone handles. Why are they doing that? They need to leave our names alone. Joyce says, I ordered a couple of those here and there. I already read that one. Okay. Then Terry says, if you give us an idea of how many cuts is in there, then those of us who can't buy one can curate. Good idea. Let's open one of these. I think this one is a mini. I think. Okay. So a large one has 450 pieces, I think. Let me go look at the Cotton Cuts website real quick. Cotton Cuts. Hold on a minute. All right.
Oh, really, Terry? Terry said, did you read this? I just commented on another live and it is not happening there on 2 other channels. Oh.
So they must be just randomly doing it?
Could be.
To see what happens? People are going to complain if their names start getting changed. Because I don't want my name changed. It's harder to type people's name in a chat if you got stupid numbers on them.
Well, if you're typing it in a laptop or
on the
tablet,
laptop, the laptop
it'll pop up.
Easy. Yeah, the laptop is easy, but on a phone it is not.
No, it's not.
Okay, so before I switch back to the chat, on these kits, you can buy what they call a quick kit, which has 150 pieces. A mini has 250 pieces, and a super has 400 pieces. Now, it doesn't tell you how many triangles you're going to get on the different sizes or how many squares you're going to get. There's only one size of squares usually. And then there's the rectangles, which they're all usually a standard. There's two different rectangles based on the size you buy. Because like the big size one here, come to think of it, I think this one has, because this is the big one. Hang on a minute, I'll show you the rectangles on here. And if you need the measurements, was it Terry that was asking that? Who asked that? Was it Terry or Joy T? Whichever one of you, tell me who it was, and I'll tell you what, I will measure the size of the squares and the rectangles that are for the larger size. If you want to go that, because there's big triangles too here. Yeah, here's the so you've got this size rectangle. And then you have the bigger one. And this is the longer one. This is the longer one here. But what I could do is I'll measure all of them. I'll take the time, give me a couple days to get it done. I'll take the time to measure each thing, and I'll tell you what size each thing is. And then if you're working from your stash, I will post it over on my community tab. That way you can do what we're doing during the celebration. See, Cotton Cuts ran a special a week and a half ago where you got 25% off any of their Stitch It kits. And so that's why I jumped on it, because I wanted, I bought one set of batiks because I want to add it to all these batiks I already have so that I can have lots of color. And but then I saw the Callie & Co was there, and I've already bought 2 Jolly bars, and so I want to make a nice quilt top out of it. Terry, I'll put it on my community tab. I'll put all the information there, and I'll also put it over on my Facebook group as well. And I know some of you use Discord, but not Facebook. So I'll make sure, because Sherry set up a little category with my name on it. I'll also post all the information there, but give me a couple of days to get all the measurements done, and then I'll give you all the information. And then all you have to do is cut. Those of you who have die cutters probably can do this pretty easy. Okay, let's get back to sewing this block.
Okay, I got to run for about a half hour.
Okay.
I got some things I got to go do, and then I'll be back.
Okay, see you when you come back.
Okay.
Bye.
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 Bye, everyone. See you in a bit.
Jody says she can't wait. See, even Jody's got numbers on the end of her name. She says, I can't wait to see the end product of Teresa Louise's project. Hey there, John Hare. He's got numbers too. That is so weird.
Cindy doesn't have any though, but I have some. So Terry doesn't have any.
I know, it's the oddest thing. So what's the deal?
I don't know.
Is it because well, no, because there's someone there that's not a mod and they don't have numbers on the end of theirs either.
We all have ats and I have numbers.
That is very strange.
Well, I have numbers and letters.
Yeah, because all that's doing is making your name longer, which takes up space when you're chatting. When you're like typing something, it gets counted in the number of what you're using. Yeah.
It's not my email name, Joyful.
John says, I am a fur ball, not a number.
Okay,
I love it.
Leslie.
I love it. Let's see. Jody says, I like this for lives, though it's kind of nice. Denise says, you can choose your handle by going to your YouTube and edit it. Yeah, I've customized mine, so they better not be changing it. Do you think the numbers added could be to prevent trolls from cloning channels? Says Fever. I don't know. That's a really good question.
No, but I don't have a channel.
Yeah, some here don't even have a channel. They just have an account, so they can be on people's lives and stuff, or watch lives and watch videos. Yeah, that's what I meant. It's not live specific. That's a good question. And Jody says, I'm not sure. It's a bit odd with the numbers. Yeah, I think it's very odd about the numbers too. Numbers are in one of my emails. What? Really? Katie typed something. Let's see, what can I?
Something.
Right, there's an @ sign in front of my name, but no numbers yet. And Katie's missing. Oh, look, they took my name off. Normally it would say Greenland Quilter Katie, and they removed the Katie part. See, that's not cool. No, that is not cool, because I put Katie on the end of it so people wouldn't call me Greenland, because that's not my name. Denise says YouTube is implementing a change where usernames are being converted to unique handles. This means your username may have been changed to a handle which is permanent and what YouTube shows in the something. I don't think they have a right to be changing our names. If we wanted to be,
it's their channel. I think they have all the rights.
No, they own the platform, but we should have a say in it.
Well, it's their platform. I mean, I agree that we should have a say, but
because I put Katie on the end of my name so people wouldn't call me Greenland. In the comment section, some users have reported that their usernames were changed automatically, potentially due to the YouTube considering the original name unacceptable or to align with the new handle. That's such. Yeah, Joy T says my channel number, but I don't have a channel. So why it shows on your channel, I don't know why. That's interesting. It just jumped on Rita's channel and my name is like it used to be. Huh. Now they're going to control how you name your channel. That's not cool. Go to your channel. Everyone has one. You can customize your handle there if it is different than the one that shows. I already
how do you go to it?
You go to your main profile page, and then there's an edit thing in there where you can edit it.
Profile on what page?
On your profile page of your YouTube, where you set up your account. You don't know how to get there?
Well, I'm going to try to figure it out.
I could show you. Here, let me share.
No, it's okay. Let's keep sewing.
I just copy and pasted that info from Google AI. It's all in one article. So Terry says your channel and then profile. Yeah. Okay, I need to go press this pinwheel. All right, we got the pinwheel done. All right, now we can continue on with what I got to do. All right, so what I'm going to do first is I think I'm going to sew the bigger triangles first onto the rectangles, and then I'll sew that corner on next. Let me see what the book is showing. Something's wrong. I'm missing a triangle. Where did it go? Okay. So we're going to sew this side on. Here, let me move this board over to see. I'm going to sew this triangle onto here, then sew the one onto this side. But what I'll do is I'll do this side and then this side, and then I'll come back because I want to chain sew, and then I'll come back and do the other side, and then we'll do the corners, and then we'll do the center last. I just went to my YouTube page, and it's showing my handle was showing here on your channel, Katie, and I have subscribers and I never knew I did that. Oh, that's interesting. Why, yeah, Google, why is my name changed on YouTube?
Okay, I can tell you, I've got it pulled up.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
All right, so I went to where my handle is on my channel settings, and when I deleted the -V8Q and it just said at Myra, it said that that handle was not available. So evidently someone already has the name Myra. So I typed in Myra Sews 2, SEWSTOO, because I do a lot of other things. And I got a green check mark. So it says, visible to all users on YouTube, remember to follow community guidelines and best practices. You can change your handle back within 14 days. This becomes your channel URL. Handles can be changed twice every 14 days.
Really? Wow. I need space. Time to move a book. All right. Uh-oh. I did something wrong. I sewed it on the wrong side, looks like. Yes, I did. Oops. Joy T says, Joyce, same with me, laugh out loud.
Oh, look, it did change.
Yep, now it's showing you different. Cool. Maybe they're doing this so people will redo their names.
Okay, so that was not super, super hard to do. Just a little.
Why did I put that on that side like that? It was like I must have been sleeping at the wheel. All right, so this is supposed to be like this. Hi, hello, Jean. They're going to cause a huge uproar by doing this. Okay, now let's see if we can't get this sewed on here the way it's supposed to be. Hey, Fern King. Joy T says she's keeping her name. And then John says it's probably for their AI to better identify for marketing purposes. I bet that is what they will say. They'll give some dumb excuse probably. So today I was watching Shonda's Thursday uploaded video, and she was talking about a pattern that she bought and how it had mistakes and stuff in it. And she thought that maybe the person who was selling the pattern might have used AI to design the pattern. And I got to thinking about that because I saw where Kim and her son have been messing with AI to design quilt blocks. And I don't know how anyone else feels about this, but if you use an AI to design quilt blocks, won't that shortchange all the quilt designers who design quilt patterns to sell? If you're using the AI to make blocks, then they won't be able to sell their patterns because AI is doing it for a lot of people. So that takes the human creativity right out of the picture. What do y'all think about that? Joyce says she'll be lurking. She needs to cook supper. What you cooking? Hey, good looking. What's she cooking? Denise says YouTube assigned numbers a couple of years ago. You had to go in and change your username if you don't like what they assigned. Yeah, I didn't have numbers on mine, but my name, Katie, was on my channel so that people knew what to call me. And now it's gone. Well, in the chat, it's gone. I haven't gone to look at my profile. But I didn't know that that was going on until now. Okay. We got that side on here. Now let's get the other side on. Maybe designers have a choice. I don't know. If you're making a machine, oh, wait a minute. All a block is geometry. AI can do geometry faster than people creating blocks is over for creators, I think. That's exactly what I'm pointing to. If you start using AI to design blocks, creators are not going to be able to sell their creations because now you got AI doing it. Yeah, Joy T says, I don't care to buy AI patterns. There should be a disclaimer. It's AI on the pattern. Yeah, exactly. And how do you know that the AIs aren't stealing designers who actually created something? Are you okay over there, Myra?
I am. My time on my phone is going crazy. I don't understand it.
What's it doing?
It says it's 5:57. What time is it in Central Time?
Hang on. It's about to be 9 o'clock here, so 8, 7, 6, 5 o'clock.
So like 4:57 here, right?
Yeah, so it's about to be 5 o'clock, so it's on the correct time.
No, because it says it's 5:57.
Are you at home or on the in at your mom's?
I'm at Mom's.
Then it should say 4:57. Well, 4:58 now.
But it doesn't.
You might have to manually change it.
It has something to do with Samsung Health medications. I don't understand.
I don't know. What kind of phone do you have?
Samsung.
Oh, you did just say that, didn't you? Joy T says it's 5:56 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Right, but I'm
4:58
on the other side of the timeline.
Yeah, Fern King must be in your time zone because it's 4:58 where she's at. So she's in Central Standard Time. You know what's going to happen tomorrow here in our town?
I don't. Why don't you tell me?
Tomorrow they're having an open house of the Danish Navy's frigate that they just brought over here. And anyone can go and have a look. So I think I'm going to go down there and have a look. You get to go on board and everything. So they'll be here tomorrow and the next day to do it. They're trying to get everybody to relax about all this military stuff going on here. I think that's why they're doing it, because to try to help put people at ease, because most everybody's uneasy right now with jets flying over our heads and everything else. Hello, Andy. How are you? Now, see, Andy's not got no numbers on hers, but she has an @ sign on it. And Jean says that it's 2:59 her time, so that means she must be on Pacific time or either Mountain time. I think she's on Pacific time.
This is so weird. It says medications, time zone changed, and I don't even use Samsung Health app.
You could always just unload it, turn it off, or uninstall it.
I don't think I can. It's part of the thing.
My asthma's being weird today. There must be gonna be a weather change. I definitely need to change my iron cover. Oh, speaking of iron cover, I just need to go to start to see if I can get longer staples for my staple gun. Would y'all like to watch me take apart my portable iron station and then rebuild it? Would you like seeing that on the live? Let me make a poll. And let's see how many would be interested in seeing that happen. Hold on a minute.
Can you see this little dude?
Oh, that's cute. It's a little iron.
I know, it's a little teeny tiny thing.
Where'd you find that at?
Well, I'm at my mother's. I'm in her sewing room, and it was in one of her boxes.
Oh.
So I'm going to plug it in and see if it gets hot. I don't know that it works, but it's got a place to add water. I don't know. I think it does. I don't know. But it's cute. It's just a little teeny tiny dude. Remember we were talking about irons yesterday.
Yep. Okay, the question is, would you like to see me replace my old covers on my portable ironing board to new stuff on a live? I should have put on a live on there, but I forgot to put that on there. So let me know what you think about that, because I thought about doing it on a live, since you should see how bad that the current one's looking right now. And I think that's what keeps messing with my asthma on top of it. It's causing me issues.
Hey, this little dude's hot.
Be careful, don't burn yourself.
This is cool.
Joy T wants to know if it's an Olicio.
It says tulip. Can you see?
I wonder who that's by.
And then it's got caution, attention, do not immerse.
In water?
I can't read it. Hang on. It's do not immerse in any liquid.
Of course not. You can put water in it though, Fern King says.
Household use only. Wow. It does, it irons. Cool beans. Little dude.
Oh, thanks, Andy. The only thing I don't like about it is they have this escape key up here. And because the keyboard is so small, I hit that by accident a lot. And I hit it when I'm in the middle of typing something, like making a post about what's coming up next. And when I accidentally hit it, I lose what I had already typed. I do it a lot. But yeah, it makes this blinking thing. I need to clean it. It's kind of dirty. All right. Make sure I got everything where it's supposed to be. Let's get the other side on. So what you working on today, Andy? John says they have it for sale in Canada on Amazon for under 30 Canadian dollars. Too bad I can't buy one.
What, that little tulip thing I just showed you?
Yep. Joy T says, be careful, Myra. Those little irons get very hot for sure.
At Hobby Lobby, it's $13.99, a mini fashion iron. This says with a lower wattage than household irons, the Tulip Mini fashion iron is great for children's use with adult supervision. I don't agree with that.
I guess it would depend on the age of the child. It definitely wouldn't be for young ones.
I guess.
I wouldn't let my 5-year-old run it. So we got, I'm almost done with getting this other side. I haven't sewn the cap on yet of the other one, and I'm just going to do the same thing here. I'm going to pin the cap on because I want to go ahead and join the 3 bigger pieces of the center together, and then we'll join all the caps. Okay, so let me get this laid out here, and then we're going to take this triangle here, these 2 triangles here, and we're going to pin them on here. Denise says $18.34, which is 13% off on my Amazon. Joy T says, I was lucky to win an Oliso mini iron from Sassy's channel last year. Oh, that's cool.
Wow.
And Fern King said she got hers from Walmart for 12 bucks. We're coming along with this block.
Ooh. It may be lower wattage, but it gets hot, hot.
That's interesting. I heard that the little ones get hotter than the big ones.
Crazy beans, y'all.
Has it been there the whole time, or you just now noticed it being there?
Oh, I was looking in my mother's boxes of her stash and stuff.
Ooh. She having a good day today?
Yeah. She ate really, really well. My mother's 91 for those that don't know. And I stay for a few weeks with her. And then my sister from Nebraska comes in and stays for a few weeks with her. And at one point she wasn't really eating and she had lost down to 95 pounds. And now she's up to 100 and she's eating a lot better. And yeah. So.
Okay, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to sew this rectangle to the pinwheel here, and then I'll do the same thing on the other side so that I have all 3 done, and then I'll pin the caps on, and then I'll sew all the caps at once, and then we'll be joining the whole thing.
They're so pretty.
Thank you. They're coming along. I keep cracking my knee on the end of this desk. You probably should lower it down a bit so you don't burn your fabric, said Joy T. And then
Well-
John says, roll over on the floor laughing, stash rating.
Well, there isn't anywhere to lower anything with this little dude. This is all there is. It's just a little dude. There's no, you just plug it in and it's on.
Okay, Joy T, gotcha. So with my little portable ironing thing that I'm going to be recovering, I made a homemade one. So there's a piece of plywood involved. And I think this time when I recovered it, I used two levels of batting, cotton batting. I put a towel in there, a cotton towel in there, and I think I put one other thing in there. So this go around, I'm going to do probably two layers of cotton. Then I have bought some what's called wrap and zap. I'm gonna put that in there, and then I'll cover all of that with a brand new cotton towel. And then the covering that's going to go on the top of it, I will cut another, because I have yardage of this particular fabric I've been using for my ironing station. And I'll cut another one and put a seam around the outer edges of it. And then we're going to staple all of that to the board. So it'll be about this thick when it's over with. Yeah. It'll be about 1.5 inches thick, or maybe 2 inches thick, something like that. So I need to go back to Stark and see if I can get longer staples for my staple gun. AZ is joyful, says, I like that you're calling the tulip iron a little dude. Joy T says, laugh out, John. I raided my parents' pantry, fridge, and freezer when I moved out with 4 girlfriends to learn how to be an adult. Laughed my ass off. Then I would ask for dollars to put gas in my car.
That away to adult. That away to adult.
Yeah, when I walked out the door, my father says, don't ask for anything. And if you came over there asking, it was no. Basically, once you were out the door, you were on your own.
Hello, Ace. Welcome, welcome.
Hey, AC Florida, how are you? Okay, let's get this one sewn, and then we'll add the other side. Man, we're going to have lots of seams here soon. All right. Now we're going to put this other one on. And then we'll be ready to pin on the end caps, and then we'll sew all of this. And then we'll get them all 3 rows to sew together, and we'll have a finished block. And then I want to show you that Moda block heads that we were working on last night. I'm going to try to, I want to show to you what I did. And I want to ask a couple questions because I would like your feedback. I'll just drop that pin. All right. Okay. Now we'll get this pinned. All right. Okay, we got that side on. All right, I'm going to take this over. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this particular part of it over to the iron because I want to flatten this part a bit. So hang on 1 second. All right, now we have that part done. What I have to do now is I'm going to go ahead and pin this end caps on here, just like you saw me do on this part. Joy T says, my name always highlights if you write at Joy T on the other channels too, but not if you say hello, Joy T, in the conversation. Yep. You have to stick that X on in front of it. But on phones, it's hard to do that. Or I think that it is. How's your blocks coming along, Myra?
Oh, I'm not sewing right now because but I've cut out all of my triangles to sew.
Okay.
So I'm not sewing right now because I'm in the craft room, but my featherweight is in on the dining room table.
Oh, got ya. I think that this stuff with the changes to people's names is going to bug people for a while. We're all creatures of habit, and we don't like when people change things without talking to us about it first, or letting us know they plan on doing it anyway. They may have sent out an email and I just hadn't seen it because I haven't looked at my emails for a while today. I looked at my Yahoo and that's about as far as I got. And I noticed I have a bunch of I need to comment. Someone's been reading my blog for the last 3 or 4 days, a bunch of people actually, and some of them are commenting on what I wrote. So I've been spending the last 2 days answering their comments, and I still have more to answer. One of them's from Latvia. I think that's pretty cool. It's funny when they read. I had wrote you would have to go over there to see what I'm talking about. But I wrote something that was a little bit deep because I was having one of the things that I do sometimes when if I'm in the mood for writing, which that day apparently I was, and I was not having a very good day, so I put it out on my blog and just let it all out, and she commented on it yesterday. And I had written it, I guess, almost a year ago. Because the blog covers a lot of different things. The blog covers a lot of different things. I want to write more about some subjects, but yeah, I don't know if people would give me a hard time about it. Okay, now I have all these caps done, so let's get them sewn on.
Do you want to highlight or I don't know what the word is, so we can see what you're doing?
Yeah, when I get all the caps on, then I'll spotlight. That way they can see
Spotlight, that was it. That was it.
Yeah, I'll do that in a couple minutes when I get all these smaller pieces sewn on. I have one more to sew on the end, and then I'll cut it apart and lay it out so you can see what I got to do next, and I'll spotlight that part. Okay, let me get that one last cap on. All right. Okay, now we'll get this all laid out so you can see what we got to do next and get them finger pressed out. Okay. I'll lay out the center first. And then we got to turn this one over and do the same thing with this side. All right, I'll press my seams open. And before I sew all of these rows together, I am going to go take it to the iron again, because I want to make sure everything's laying nice and flat before I sew all these, because we're going to have 1, 2, probably 3, 4, 5 seams we're going to be dealing with on this. Because I'm not sure if this center seam, I'm pretty sure the center seam's got to line up with something, I think. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. So here we got the center. And it's going to be laying like this way because this is looks like it's almost on point more or less. And then we have one end of this. And I haven't cut the ears off yet. I'll do that right before I sew them. And then I will show y'all, after I get it all sewn together, I'll also show you the back of this block. Yep, see, there's a center seam here. So we have 5 seams we're going to be playing with today when we sew all this together. So here's one side of it so far. Now let me get the other side. Yeah. Denise says, you mean like they changed the makeup color on your taco today? No, it wasn't about that. Did they? I didn't watch the news today. I haven't been watching the news for the last couple of days. No, more than that, actually. I did watch something going on in Congress yesterday, but outside of that, they had a live feed for the Congress thing they were doing yesterday. I listened to almost the whole speech. It was I can't remember her first name, but her last name is Yonkin, I think. And she had a lot of good things that she thinks, yeah. Okay. I know this looks a little weird under the camera. Let me spotlight real quick so you can get a better look. Okay, so now what I have to do is I have to sew this to this, and then this to this, and then I'll I'll repress it again after I've done that. But I want to go press these first, clip off the dog ears or the ears off a couple of where I have my end caps at, and then we'll go ahead and sew this whole block. This block is going to look cool. Okay, we got one pressed. Let's do the next one. All right, got that one. You see there's ears on here I got to cut off.
Hello.
Hey, welcome back. Just in time to watch me finish this block.
Cool.
And then maybe I can get that Moda Blockheads one finished today too before we stop the live. At least that's my goal. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my scissors and I'm going to take off all these little ears because there's several on here that I didn't clip off. Sometimes I wait till the very end to do it because I've learned that sometimes if I don't line something up right and I have to take it apart and I've already cut the ears off, I find it a little more harder to realign things because I went and did that. Now, everybody's different in how they do this. What do you think about this, Teresa?
I think it looks good.
It's coming.
Yeah, I think it looks good.
Yep, it's coming together here. I'm probably gonna have to trim it a little bit. And this looks like it's gonna end up being either a 12.5 or a 12 3/4 block, I bet. I'm hoping it's a 12.5. I already have a couple that are 12 3/4. I'd rather not have that many of them doing that. All right, so the first thing I'm doing is I'm going to do 2 pieces together first, and I'm going to take pins and I'm going to put them through each of the seams so that I can line them up as close to each other as I can. One more down here. So we have 3 main seams and 2 corner seams that we're going to be sewing into or sewing together. Yep, and that is not lined up right. That felt like it went through thick stuff. Should not have done that. Nope, still not through the seam. There we go. Now it's through the seam. Okay. I need the sewing machine light. I'm working with dark fabric and I find it harder to see. Do you ever have that problem, Myra or Teresa? When you're working with darker fabric and when you're trying to line up seams, it's a little bit harder to see?
Yeah.
No, because I use my light up glasses.
Oh, I don't have that luxury.
Oh.
I think I've seen someone else with something similar to what you got. That still did not go where I wanted it to go. Why not? It keeps wanting to go through the fabric and not the seam. Ah. Nope. Still on the side. There we go. I think I got it now. This is a little slow and tedious, but I'm trying to make sure I get them all lined up properly. John says he has to go. Take care, all. Thank you for coming today. I appreciate it.
Bye.
Okay. We'll go ahead and put a pin in the end. And then we're going to do the same thing down here so that I can turn around and do pins on the other side. All right. Now let's get the rest of this pin. There'll be a lot of pins in this one to start with. I'm trying to get, ouch. And I'm also poking myself. Okay, we're almost there. Okay, now we can, I have now pinned the salt on here and I'm going to unspotlight for right now. There we go. Okay. All right, let's get this one side done. And I'm going to move this for right now. We're going to have more ears on there too. Oh, I need to get rid of a pin. Okay. Got that side sewn on. Get my scissors. All right. I'm going to go ahead and cut off this little ear on both sides. All right. Now we're going to open this up. Make sure everything's lined up properly. That looks good. That looks good. Let me go press it. Okay. Here's part of it so far. All we got to do is get the other side on it. And then I'll put it back on the design board and show it to y'all. All right. It's coming along. Hey, Kristen, how are you? I hope it's not, I know it's hot in North Carolina. Are you pretty hot where you're at? You been able to get outside and garden today? She has a beautiful garden, Myra.
Really?
She is raising food.
Woo.
She has a channel and she uploads all her videos from what she's doing. They did a video the other day of her and her husband beekeeping, and she got stung by one of the bees.
Oh dear.
They have quite a little collection of bees now. They all looked really healthy too. It's the first time I'd seen her husband on a video, I think. I might have seen him. I think I've seen him on a cooking video though. But they have a little.
I have a high school classmate that retired from the military, and he does a lot of beekeeping now, like 30 and 50 gallons at a time.
Wow, that's a lot of honey.
It's a lot of honey.
I wish I liked honey, but I don't. Nikolai loves it.
I like Tupelo honey.
What is the difference?
Well, what you buy in most stores and in the little bear squeeze bottle is usually clover honey. The bees have been pollinating clover, and it tastes much different. I was raised on Tupelo honey from Weewahitchka, Florida, which the movie Yuli's Gold was made about. And I didn't know there was any other kind of honey because that's all we had ever had. And so, yeah, I got to Washington State 19 and married and pregnant and had to buy honey in the commissary and called my mom and said, I thought honey didn't go bad. This tastes horrible. And she said, where'd you get it? And I told her, and she said, read me what's on the label. And I did. And she said, baby, that's not Tupelo honey. I was like, oh, baby didn't know there was a difference.
Yeah, we have honeybees here in Greenland, and they make Greenland honey here.
Nice.
I'll have to bring you some the next time I come to Florida. It's a bit pricey, but Nikolai buys it from time to time, but most of the time he buys what's in the store, which comes from Denmark.
Yeah, to help with your allergies, it's best to eat the honey from your location.
Yeah. I think they have the bees at the science station is where they got them at. Or maybe some of the sheep farmers even have them too. Because I know they make enough to sell them here in Greenland. And in the they'll sell some of it in the tourist shops too. So that when people come they can buy Greenland honey. You can also buy Greenland snops here. Gin, which I think the gin tastes disgusting, but I have never been a clear gin drinker to begin with, so that's why I don't like it. But Nikolai likes it. Took him 7 months to drink that little bottle he bought last time. We're such small drinkers. I really should think about finishing that crown that's been sitting open for the last 3 years. Well, since 2018, actually, because I bought it in California. Canadian crown. Weird thing is they don't sell crown here. I don't know why. They have freaking Jack Daniels here, which is funny. But I don't like Jack Daniels that much. I'll drink it in Coke, but I don't care to drink it much, though. So we don't have any in the house. Because Nikolai, I don't think, likes it all that much either. I have a couple, 2 or 3 different whiskeys, and he keeps going back to saying, I like the Crown better, so we keep that in the house a little bit. This one I have in the house right now is Black Label Crown.
I finally tried some of that.
Hmm?
I finally tried some of that.
Did you like it? Which one did you try? The black, gold, or the regular?
Black.
Now the black is good. So is the gold.
I put it in my Diet Coke.
Oh, I don't put it in anything. I just drink it in a shot glass.
Yeah, I tried that and it was too rough for me.
It burns your throat, all right.
Bye,
And
Jen.
you can feel the warmth of it going all the way to your belly. But that doesn't stay very long. It's like there and then it's not anymore. It's usually I have to like have 2 shots before I don't even pay attention to it anymore. But I'm the same way with any alcohol. It takes 2 or 3 before I can tolerate the taste of most stuff. Uh-oh. What did I do down
Bye,
here?
Joy. Have a great weekend.
I'm heading out, ladies. I'll see you in the chats. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you, Joy T, for coming. I appreciate it. If you wait 2 more minutes, you can see the block. Because I just need to press it, and that's it. And I'm done with the block. All right. We're almost there. I don't know why you're not laying down. Okay. It's not laying, it's laying weird. What in the world? I'm almost there, y'all. Hold on a minute. Okay. All right, here's block number 11. Ta-da!
Nice.
Think it looks okay?
Yeah, I think it looks great.
All right, so this is block number 11. It's called Wild Blue Yonder. In the book, it's on page 300 for those who are doing the blocks. And it's number 585.
That's stunning.
Thank you. Cindy says pretty. Mary says it looks great. Okay, so this is block number 11. So you're probably wondering, well, what are we going to do in 2 weeks for the next block? We are going to be doing the next one on the list. Hold on. I'm spotlight myself. Okay, the next one is going to be we're going to do what is called square and diamond. This one had the least amount of boats on it. And that'll be block number 12. And then probably next week, sometime next week, I'll be posting 4 new blocks for y'all to vote on. And then we'll, after we finish block 12, we'll start 13, 14, 15, and 16 after everybody's voted on the one that's the most favorite. And we'll do a process of elimination. So this is the next block. And hang on, I'll show you the layout of the block. Here's the layout of the block.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah. So it should be not too, it's got a, you have a square and square, looks like, with sashing around it. And then you have those little 4-patch blocks. Is that 4 patches or 3 patch? 1, 2, yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 squares, and then there's triangles involved in that down there. So yeah, so this will be the next one. That will be block number 12, and that'll be 2 weeks from today. So just confirming that Katie will let us know what to grab. Cindy says, so just confirming that Katie will let us know what to grab and cut for our stash for the Sew Along celebration. What day is that going to be? It will be July 19th. And I'll get all the information out to you on the size of the triangles and when you're cutting from your stash, it's up to you how many you want to cut. I can tell you that the mini has 150, the middle one has 250, and then the big one has 400. And I'm getting 2 minis, so we're talking about 500 pieces. Now, will I use all 500 pieces during the 12-hour? Probably not, but I will use them all because that's the name of the game here, is to create a quilt from it. Okay, so July the 19th is, let's see, I'm sorry, July 16th. I don't know why I had 19th on the brain. July 16th, that's 1, 2, 3. That's the 3rd Saturday. Sorry, had the wrong date. Mark your calendar for July 16th for the 2-year celebration. and we're going to be doing the Stitch It challenge. Or if you're doing it from your stash, you can do it that way too. It will start at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it will run to 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which will be 3 o'clock in the afternoon for me and 3 a.m. for me. It's an open door. You can come and go as you want to. So if you're trying to come in on the live, but you also want to go see someone else's, y'all can come and hang a bit, go out, come back in, but we'll be working on the stitch it throughout that time frame. I'm not sure how many hours Sean's going to get to stay. He said he'd let me know about that, but we definitely are going to do the challenge together. So if you have a stitch it kit, or if you want to do it from your stash, bring it. I'll put the measurements up. I'll give me a couple days and I'll get all that information up, and then you can go from there. And I will post it on my community tab on my Facebook group. And then I'll also go over to Discord. And if you look for Sherry Yurton, she set up a little category with my name on it. And I'll put the information in there too for those that don't use Facebook. So this block, I'll give you more information in the next week or so, along with what you're going to be voting on next. I have a list of blocks that I've already pulled out of here that I'm going to put up for voting, and we'll see what happens with that. Okay, now we've got all that took care of. Did you decide to sew a little bit, Teresa?
Yep. Need to sit down for a while and just sew.
Okay, cool.
Just sew it up.
Now, about my Moda Blockheads block from yesterday that I didn't get finished. I want to show y'all something, and I'm gonna make another poll.
You just love to do those polls, don't you?
Yeah, it helps me make decisions. So the last poll I put up had to do with making whether y'all would like to watch me tear apart my portable ironing board. 87% said yes, and 13% said no. All right. Cindy says, I am not on other social media platforms, so I will try to find out what we need. Cindy, just go to my community tab, check my community tab of my YouTube channel, because you're on YouTube. So on the community tab, go there and I'll have the information. But you need to give me a couple days to get all those measurements out, and then I'll put it on there. And I will put something like, this is for the Stitch It challenge on the 2nd anniversary of the channel, something like that. Or I might make a big graphic with the information where you can just download it or something if you want to. It's up to you, but I'll get it done. It'll take me a couple days because I have to sit and measure this stuff. Okay, about this block. Yesterday when I was working on it, y'all saw me lay it out like, and I'm going to spotlight this so you can have up close here. Y'all saw me, I had these hourglasses turned like this. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I want to know which one you like better, with the white going around it, with the hourglasses being turned sideways like that. And I'll show you what one of the flying geese, or the, not flying geese, the triangles will look like next to it. Okay. See, so you'll see what this looks like. All right. Because I don't have the rest of them completely sewn together yet. All right. That'll be the first one. Wait. Next one is turquoise around the X. And the next one will be purple around the X. or violet. That's not purple. All right. Okay. So you can see this is the white. Now I'm going to turn this around so that you see turquoise. And this means that the hourglasses will now be vertical, or anyway, the opposite direction. So this is the turquoise. And then the next one, I'm going to just flip these around so that you can see the violet. In the poll, tell me which one you like better. And if you want me to re-show again, I can do that. Let me know in the chat if you want me to redo it again so you can see all three variations again. Which one do you like best? And there's your violet.
You know which one I love?
I like the turquoise.
Turquoise does look nice. Let me know, y'all. 50% so far is saying turquoise and 50% is saying violet. That's funny. But so far, that's just 2 votes. I need more votes, please. Now we have 3 votes, so 67% says turquoise. Anyone else? Here, I'll keep switching them around while you decide. So this is turquoise. See, I liked the white around it. It made it look like it was floating. So there's the turquoise. Terry says, I am seam ripping one of my blocks now because I made that mistake. Kathy, watch the corner, or Katie, watch the corner blocks. The flying geese all fly into the middle. Yeah, I got it turned the right way. Okay, now I'll take it back to the white so you can see that one more time. %60 says turquoise, 40% says violet. And that's with 5 votes. Okay. Anyone else want to contribute? Mary says the white.
Mine?
Huh?
Did you count mine?
Did you put a vote on it?
Well, no. Hang on. I'm having a time staying on YouTube.
I wonder why. Are you having internet trouble over there?
Hang on. Oh, come on. Okay, I just voted.
Okay, now we're back to 50-50. We need someone to break that tie.
Can I vote again?
No, only one time. No cheating. See, I do this a lot with the channel. I ask for input and then I base my choices on their input. It's fun to design blocks together. I love doing it that way because so far, 6 votes, 50-50 here. Oh my gosh, somebody needs to break the tie.
Well,
Mary said she liked the white.
yeah. Did you vote on something?
Me?
Yeah.
No, because I have to go get on the channel to do that. Oh, yeah, well, okay. You're going to laugh when you see something change. Let me go vote. Because I'm going to be the oddball out here.
Well, I thought you liked the white. So
I do like the white, so I'm fixing to vote on the white. Because I like the floating, how the half square triangles look like they're floating. Meeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's see. Oh, give me. Uh-oh. I have to go use my other browser. Stop. You are going to have to wait, my child. No. You've been good until now.
come on, Mom.
Please let me have some. Oh, here we go.
I want to go potty.
That or she wants more food because I only gave her one piece. All right, I voted. So now we have 7 votes. So 14, it didn't break the tie. You see that, y'all? It still says 43-43. While y'all are deciding, let me go feed this little varmint.
Please go get a friend and have them come in and vote. We need a tiebreaker.
Vote for the violet.
So turquoise or violet? Turquoise or violet?
Violet. And usually I love turquoise, but no, I really like the violet because it makes the X pop.
Yeah, that it does.
I'm kind of wondering what Nikolai would choose.
He would agree with me.
You think?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now we've had 9 votes. Oh, I hope no one's cheating here.
You can't. It won't let you.
Okay, now it's up to 56% for turquoise and 33% violet. Look at y'all. All right, then let me turn it back to the turquoise so you can have one more good look at that. See if it changes while I'm doing that.
Thank you for voting.
Yes, thank you very much. Y'all know I love, as Teresa pointed out, I love using polls. Okay, there's your turquoise. Look at there. One of the things that the reason I think the turquoise and the white are better is because instead of your eye getting totally glued to the center, your eye gets pulled away from it a little bit so that you see the rest of the block.
Exactly.
You don't want everybody just sudden, because that's one of the things I'm learning about blocks. You don't want to draw the eyes just to one part of a block. You want them to see the whole overall block.
Yeah, it makes the turquoise on the outside stand out a little, better.
Yeah, it does. Yep. It would be the same effect, of course, with the purple, but then you have your eyeballs wanting to go to that middle.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. And Sissy, I'm not disagreeing with your reasoning either.
Babe, everybody has different opinions. I don't care. It's all good. There's beautiful colors whichever way you go.
Yeah.
And actually, I think they would all work. They all look good.
Yeah, they do. It's going to be a nice block.
But if I had to pick one,
Going to be the turquoise.
it's going to be turquoise.
There's something about when you put turquoise and yellow and purple together, it just meshes each other. And this is not even a dark purple, it's a violet. So it's interesting how it's working with, but if you look at the spots on the turquoise, you can see there's similar colors in there. All right, let me press this one real quick. I know one thing, I'm gonna have lots of blocks to make quilt tops with come September or October. We're gonna get more than one quilt top out of it, that's for sure. All right, I'm gonna add another one on this side. Let's put it down here so you can see down here too. Look at that. That looks good.
Mm-hmm.
Let me make sure nothing's changed. We have 11 votes, and now we have 9% white, 55% turquoise, and 36% for violet. All right. If you haven't voted yet, you need to vote right now or forever hold your peace, because I did ask for your input. So your vote is your voice. So come on, y'all, if you want to vote, get it done before I shut the poll down. And we go ahead and go with turquoise. Did y'all see Jess's block? Her block looks cool. She used, I don't know what fabric line. I need to go listen to what she said about the fabric line. You know, something occurred to me today, Teresa. You know what that is?
What's
By
that?
the time I get all these blocks together, I think I'm going to count and see how many colors I actually used in all of it. Because it wouldn't surprise me if I end up with 50 different colors.
Yeah.
Because I'm headed that way quickly, looks like. Which is kind of cool because, you know, I want to make a quilt with 100 colors in it. That'll be the ultimate accomplishment. All right. Okay. I gave y'all time. All right. So turquoise it is. All right. Let me go ahead and finish sewing these together now. Take this off spotlight for right now until I get all of it put together. What are you working on, Teresa? Terry says she's using scraps for her blocks. It is just busy work for me.
Terry, I think her flying geese on the corners is correct the way she has it. So I'm not sure what you're seeing differently. Watch the corner blocks, the flying geese all fly into the middle.
Yeah, this isn't flying toward the middle. It's flying toward the outside. At least that's how I'm seeing it.
Yeah, the pattern, it looks like.
Yeah, and the pattern's making it go that way out from the middle too.
Yeah. So,
At least that's how I'm understanding it, at least.
yeah, that's what I can.
Because let me show you the block again. Hang on a minute. We'll move everything a little bit. And I'll put this up close to the camera. To me, they look like they're are moving outward, not inward.
Yeah, the points are out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks correct.
Oh, she's talking about the white parts are pointing toward the middle. Yeah, the whites are pointing toward the middle, but the colors are pointing toward the out, which is what I wanted. Let me lay this out on the board better. Okay. So everything can be seen. Okay.
Yeah, points are out. Yeah. And Mary still wants white.
I think the white looks good too. Really, I do. There's two, you're supposed to be making two of these, and I might make the second one with the white. I haven't decided if I'm gonna make two of each one of all of them or not. I made two of the one not last week, but the week before. But then the first two I only did one of. So I don't know. I'll figure it out. Okay, so here we are with two corners on now. And I'm about to add the third one here. Terry says she turned hers on the first block. I was sharing my mistake. Oh, got ya. Your white points create the pointing in, she said. Does it? You know, Nora's really smart. She knows that I didn't feed her all her food earlier. That's why she came in here and bothered me, because she wanted the rest of it. Did you notice that?
What's that? Sorry.
So earlier I gave her one chicken leg.
Right.
Just to keep her quiet. And then you saw her a few minutes ago bothering me again. She knew I didn't feed her all her dinner.
Yeah.
She is very smart.
Yeah, she's not going to let you get away with that.
Yeah. Are you done cutting all your red color now?
Yep, I'm done.
Tomorrow is, y'all have to come to tomorrow's live, because tomorrow I'm going to have Janice from The Right Way, Shonda from Under the Needle, and Shannon from Slay Arts on here tomorrow. Unless someone cancels before now. Now, this is the first time I'll be sewing with Shannon. I've never sewn with her.
I have my 19-year-old daughter is in our community theater production of Hairspray, so I won't be able to.
Okay. I need to resew this one block. It's wrong. Something I did wrong on this particular half square triangle set. So we're going to take this one apart and resew it so the seam allowance looks right. Because it looks like I got too big on one end and too narrow on the other end. I must have been in a hurry, which means I was probably half asleep when I did it. Is that through a college or something?
No, it's community theater.
Oh. When I was going to college, when I was in college, you're required to take 3 semesters or 3 different courses of what they consider to be, it's an elective, but it has to be a certain kind of an elective. And so I ended up taking public speaking as one of them, theater appreciation is another one, and photography is the other one. And I have never really cared about any, theater, but I enjoyed the class itself because we did a lot of William Shakespeare stuff, and we had discussions and read the story. The whole class read together. So we did Hamlet, and I think we did Romeo and Juliet. I think we did both of those. But then he took us to the college theater. The college had a theater club, and we all got to go sit in one of the lives, and I don't remember what the name of it was, but I enjoyed it a lot. And that had been the first time I'd ever seen a play like that. It was a lot of fun.
Well, Shaylin was very active in her high school theater group, and she's been dancing since she was 2, and she's 19. So this one has dancing and singing, and she got a speaking part. So she's getting to do more than just, be like an extra in the background. So that's exciting.
I think the most favorite part of the appreciation class was being sent to the movie theater and choosing whatever movie we wanted to, and then writing like a feedback on it. But it had to be so many words in it and all that kind of thing. And we had to give the pros and cons of the movie, what we thought worked and what we thought didn't work about it. So one of mine I did on Godzilla. And the other one I think was Avatar or something. The instructor says, I can't believe you did one on Godzilla. I'm like, why not? You said any movie at the theater. Because I couldn't go and watch a boring movie. Some of them watch some movies I would never watch.
Yeah.
I just, yeah, because there's plenty of those kinds out there. I just don't enjoy them. See, you're looking at someone who's never seen the Godfather series or Texas Chainsaw Massacre or Rocky Horror Picture Show. I've never seen any of them. And I just poked my finger. And there's a few other ones, like the Goodfellows, I think is another one. And the one that Mel Gibson did, what was the name of that one? That caused
Braveheart or The Patriot?
The one that caused such controversy. It had to do with Christ. What was the name of that one?
Oh, I don't know.
I tried to watch that one, and it was just too graphic. I couldn't do it. I got about 30 or 40 minutes into it. I'm like, I'm not watching this. It was just too messy. Now, but he also did one that had to do with indigenous people, I think.
What role is she playing?
Oh gosh. Let's see if I can hang on and I'll tell you. It'll take me a minute.
That was a question from Terry.
Okay.
Oh, see. Hey, Terry, are you going to show us your block when you finish it? Yeah, Terry was wanting to know what role she plays too.
All right, hang on. Yeah, and I'm scrolling through.
Ooh, this is hot. Okay, now this is what it looks like. What do y'all think? Spotlight real quick while Myra's looking up something.
Yeah, looks great. I love it.
I can't see it.
Hang on. There we go. Now all I got to do is sew it all together. So y'all like it?
Yep.
Hey, Jess. She said she'll put it on Discord. They are pretty. My heart is not in this. Sometimes you get frustrated. You have to put it down and come back later. It's like that block we had last week that I got frustrated with. I still haven't fixed it. And I think what I'm going to do is create myself an FPP for those half rectangle triangles and try again and see if I can't get it to line up right. Because right now I am unhappy with the block. So I have put it aside and haven't messed with it yet, but I intend on fixing it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start sewing these together.
Oh, wait. In the upper left-hand corner, the turquoise is on the very point, and it's supposed to be purple.
Uh-oh, means I sewed something on here wrong.
Yeah.
Thank you for catching that. Now I got to take them all apart.
Yeah.
Sherry says, I like your colors. Thank you. And Jess says they're beautiful. Thank you. Yep, we need to take this apart, fix it. Katie, I lost my baby Sebastian a week ago. I feel like nothing. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is Sebastian a child or a fur baby?
But that is a beautiful block, and it would be really cool as a quilt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It looks kind of native, you know?
You know, that's like the second or third block I've made that is coming off with that effect. Her situ. Okay. I'm sorry, sweetie. All I can do is send you lots of hugs. And I know that you might not think this will help, but look at pictures and videos if you made those kind of things of your pet, because it will help ease your pain, because it'll bring back good memories. You're still going to cry. It's still going to hurt, because I still hurt over Coda, but it has eased my pain by doing that. The problem is I can't watch videos if Nora sees it, because Nora, I think she's still in mourning too. Because when she sees him on the video, she starts this mournful howl. And then I have to turn it off because I feel bad for her, because she turns around and looks at me and you can see sadness in her eyes.
Oh.
She really does miss him a lot. And we just haven't been able to find a new Dotson to add to our family.
So that's Shadlin's costume. I'm still waiting to hear what the name of her character is.
All right, let's see what I did wrong when I set up this block, because we were supposed to have, oh, I just sewed them together in the wrong way, period. Wow. Okay.
You couldn't find the character?
Not yet. It's not the big girl, and it's not the other main female lead.
Yeah, Terry, watch some of your videos. It might help. My every move was with him in my mind. Yeah. When did you lose him? If it's okay to ask.
She said a week ago today. A week ago today.
I'm so sorry.
Her pain is raw right now. Just take one day at a time, Terry. That's all that I can say, and know that we're hugging you and we're thinking of you during this time frame. Because I know how you feel. She's going through the stage where it's not only missing, but I call it the surreal stage, where you're just not believing it happened.
Yeah. My sister lost her dog a year ago this week, and I think she was closer to that dog than any she's ever had. It's just horrible.
See,
It
you know
is
what's
hard.
going to remind me of Coda? Every time I have another anniversary, which is approaching in August, on the 18th of August, it'll be my 14th year of living here, and it'll be 1 year since I lost Coda because he died on my anniversary.
Oh.
So it's going to remind me every year of it.
Her character is Shelley.
Shelley?
I know. Terry says it is raw. Yes, it is. We're all thinking of you, okay? And I can see why you're not feeling like sewing.
You know, we
Oh.
rehomed our Dempsey a few months ago, and I still haven't put away his crate or his. They didn't want the crate, and they didn't want his. They didn't want some of his stuff. I haven't put any of it away yet.
Have you thought about donating his stuff? Just
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm so sorry.
we're all thinking of you, sweetie. We're really sorry for your pain. It's like losing a family member, so we understand. Believe it. It is like losing a family member because
Absolutely.
how long did you and your pup have a relationship together? I had 11 years of Coda. How long did you have? It's like you get wounded when they go before you, you know?
Her pup was born on her birthday.
Oh gosh, now she'll be reminded every time her birthday rolls around too. Hey Sean,
I just try to think about
good times, right?
how good of how good of a home I gave them, you know.
Yeah, and how it was living the good life. That's what I
Yeah,
did with
because
Coda.
you know, we rescue all our animals, and so I feel like we provided a good home for them, the best that we could. And it's still hard, for sure. Still hard, but that's what I just keep thinking. Well, they had a good life with me, and I knew I wasn't going to have them long. Why did I fall in love again?
Yeah.
Right.
What
When Willa goes, I'm going to be, it's
you're
going
gonna
to be
probably
rough.
lose it. Yeah, it's gonna be hard.
It's going to be really rough because she's just with me constantly. You know, I mean, her bed is even on my side of the bed, and she would sleep with me if I would let her get up there. But the bed is too high up off of the ground, and she's too old now to be doing all that jumping, you know. So I don't like her to jump up on the bed.
With Coda, I'd like to watch some of the videos of him fetching because it reminds me of every time we went down to the lake. And since we're talking about this, when I took Nora down to the lake the other day, me and Nikolai did right before he left. And do you know that she stood in the water and she was looking at me and Nikolai like, aren't you going to throw a ball in the water? Where's Coda? Because she was used to us taking both of them and throwing the ball way out in the water, and she would be barking up a storm saying, hurry up, get it, brother, you know. And now that doesn't happen because she won't go fetch the ball.
Right.
But I can't get enough. I don't want to get another German Shepherd because it's my age, and let me tell you, it takes a lot of work to have a German Shepherd. They have to have a job, and if you don't give them a job, they're a handful. And I kept him busy.
Yeah.
My boss's daughter, Krista, when he was, he was about 9 months old, I think, and she came home. She came and got him because she wanted to spend some time with him because her and Hanifa did that a lot. They would come and get Coda, and one day she comes home and she says, I taught your dog how to fetch a ball out of the water. I'm like, wait, what? She says, yeah, you want to see? So we went down to the lake with the soccer ball, and sure enough, she had him fetching out of the water. And from that point on, he was a fetching fool. It was crazy. He would do it until you could see he was tired, and you throw the ball back in the water, and he'd go again. He would have done it until he just couldn't stand up because he loved it that much.
Good to have you with us, Judy. Don't worry about how late it is. You're getting
you're
in on
fine.
the good part.
It's okay. There is no lateness here, especially since I'm running a live a long time. Teresa slept on me, on his quilt I made him. It is still here. Oh. Well, if you need to talk, let us know. We're here for you, okay?
Terry,
Hey, Sean.
are you familiar with that part for Shaylin, Shelley?
Terry says he's in many of her YouTube videos. I'm going to have to go and look and make some comments.
Yeah.
How's your day been, Sean? So I was telling them about our little Stitch It challenge. Terry's asking who?
The character is Shelley in Hairspray.
This is going to be a narrow little seam allowance right here. It is very narrow.
Yeah, come on in.
Why are you so narrow?
Come say hi. Hey, Katie. This is my big sister.
Hi, big sister.
This my
Well, at least she didn't say old sister this time.
This is my other sister that's in Iceland, the one I'm going to go visit.
Greenland.
Greenland. Oh,
Shall I slap her off the chair?
No, she's not the only one. She's not the only one that does that. I'm like, where do you
I
get
know
Iceland?
better. I know so better. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. But we're still Florida girls, even if I live over here.
Supper ready?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna need to go.
What's for dinner?
Nice meeting you.
Who knows?
Nice meeting you too.
I don't know, but probably I'm not eating what she eats because she don't eat no meat. Not even lamb.
Wow. Another vegetarian, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
so
yeah. Well, go enjoy whatever you eat. Thank you
I
for
gotta
coming
go,
today.
y'all. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend since I won't see you tomorrow. And yeah, just have a great weekend and be safe, everybody, and count it all joy and have an attitude of gratitude. Love you, sissy.
Love you too, sweetie, and enjoy your day tomorrow.
Thanks. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Myra. How many times? Looks like I'm gonna have to do
I always have such a time getting off this thing, don't I?
You just have to hit the leave the meeting thing.
I don't see a leave the meeting thing. It's horrible. Leave. Got it. Bye, y'all.
Bye, sweetie.
Bye.
All right, let me try sewing this one more daggum time. If I get this block sewn, that means I have both the blocks done for this week. Then I can tackle what's wrong with the one I did last week. This from the Moda blockheads. I think I figured out how I'm gonna get around it. I think I'm gonna make me, I was mentioning it earlier and didn't finish what I was gonna say. I think I'm going to make an FPP of those rectangle triangles, half rectangle triangles, that's what they're called, and see if I can't get it to work the way it was supposed to work. Because it definitely didn't work the way that, you know, I tried to do it. It's weird how some angles just really put me in a tailspin, Teresa.
Angle challenged.
Oh, big time angle challenged. All right, make sure I got that. Yep, that's where it belongs. All right, everybody look at this block and make sure I got it. Yep, now it's right. Now let's get it sewn together. These two right here. I had to take them all the way apart because I had turned the triangles the wrong way.
Well, that's weird, Terry. Terry said she got booted out.
Huh. I wonder why. Someone else said they got booted out of a live. I didn't do the booting, I can tell you that.
Neither did I.
Yeah,
Didn't touch my machine.
the channel has actually had no issues. And besides, I have plenty of moderators in here. Sean, wait a minute. Sean says that it was okay, busy, and he's mentally exhausted. I bet you're glad for the weekend. But you're going to a quilt show tomorrow too, right? Great save, Teresa Louise.
I think she's behind.
She might be. Hey, Terry, make sure to hit your live chat. Make sure you're not on top chat.
I'll,
All right, now let me get this pinned right, and then we're going to sew it. Then we can sew the whole block together. Okay. Nora, you cannot have your body on my sewing machine pedal. You're going to make me crash my... I guess she thinks that pedal makes a great pillow for her head.
oh, okay, Terry. She just said that after you showed it. So, alrighty. I was just checking. Just checking. So I don't have to type it. So I'll delete that.
All right, now then, let's make sure that this was right before I go sewing each of these sections together. Plus, I need to press it, and then I'll lay it out, and I need y'all to inspect my block before I start sewing it together. Okay. Ouch. It's freaking hot. All right. So this should be like this. Okay. Everything look okay to y'all? Let me spotlight real fast before I start sewing it together. Okay, there it is. Everything looks okay. start sewing it together.
Looks okay to me.
Yeah, me too. All right. Okay. She's under the table snoring again.
So is mine.
It's like I hear her snoring. It's like, she's making me want to be sleeping. But I'm gonna go down to the harbor tomorrow to see the Navy ship. I think
Oh,
it'll be
that'd be
interesting.
fun.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting getting to board it and see what it looks like on the inside, since I've never been on a one on a from another country, you know.
Yeah.
I remember when I was a kid, before we moved to Florida, my dad and mom would take us on the Navy base, and they had dentists right there on the submarine tenders, and they would do our teeth right there on the tenders. And I have vague memories of being on that thing.
Really?
Yep.
I've never been on a naval ship.
Now, if you ever make it to San Diego, you should go to see the Nimitz, because it's an aircraft carrier, and they've turned it into a museum, and it's really cool.
Mhm.
It's pretty big. It's not as big
I
as the
get-
George. It's not as big as the George Washington, but it's pretty good size. I think
I
the most,
doubt that I will ever be there.
yeah.
I went there once. No, twice. I've been there twice. Back in like in the 80s, 1980.
Mm-hmm.
To pick up my husband from the Marine Corps boot camp.
They have boot camp in San Diego for Marines.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that. I think the best
And
part
then-
of yeah.
Oh, I think that, and then we lived in 29 Palms, California, while he was going through active reserve stuff. And we went to San Diego once for a football game.
Oh.
And that was it. That was my first husband, not Brandon.
Yeah. When we went to San Diego, Derek, my son-in-law, and Nikolai did uh the aviator the heck is that thing called? It's simulator. They got on the simulator. The reason I didn't get on the simulator is because I knew I would puke. Nikolai come back on and he says, "Man," he said, "that was the coolest thing he had ever done." But I knew it would not be a good idea for me to get on it, because I can't ride rides that turn in circles or move you side to side, because I will throw up.
Yeah.
My stomach just, no, it can't take it.
No.
I'm like my mama. She couldn't either. I got on a tilt-a-wheel one time and I was literally vomiting on the tilt-a-wheel because I didn't know it was going to make me sick. There were some unhappy people.
Got my neighbor, I swear he's been weed eating now for like 2 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Golly.
Like, what the heck is he doing over there?
Maybe he didn't feel like using a lawnmower or something.
Maybe.
Or he's got a broken lawnmower one. I want a lawnmower. I have a weed eater, but that thing is a pain because I have to plug it up to an electric source.
Um,
I would rather have a gas driven one, but they don't sell gas driven ones. Sean says he's been on the USS Wisconsin, which was a battleship a few times. You can go inside a few checks of it now. Yeah, you can go all over the Nimitz. I think there was only a couple areas you couldn't go in, and only because it was too dangerous. They didn't want someone falling and breaking their neck. But Kristen told me that the George Washington was twice the size of that thing. But she was stationed on the George Washington until she got sent to Lemoore. So she was in Japan when that earthquake happened. They had to take all of the fleet out to sea because of a tsunami warning.
yeah.
The coolest thing happened while she was on that ship. I've talked about it, I don't know, a long while ago, but I don't know exactly how it happened, but I got a phone call from a Jacksonville radio station that someone had told them about my daughter being on the George Washington, and they were on their 8-month maneuvers, which you don't know where they're doing them at because they're not allowed to say. And so during that 8 months, you don't get to talk to your sailor. And the powers that be had set it up so that parents could talk to. It wasn't all of the sailors. They picked certain ones. And I had to go to Jacksonville, and this was live on top of it. And when they called the George Washington live on there, and I got to talk to her, it was the coolest thing ever to ever experience because I'd never been on a radio station ever in my life. And it was just a great memory.
Yeah, I'd say. Okay.
Yeah, the saying is loose lips sink ships. So they weren't allowed to tell where they were at.
Yeah.
And parents weren't allowed to talk about certain things.
Yeah, we had the similar thing when Brandon's son was in Afghanistan.
Yeah. You must not tell anybody about where your daughter is or anything else. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, I get it. I think her and her sister want to go back to Japan and explore more of Japan because that's part of their DNA. I think they all would like to go to Japan and find family from their grandmother's side of the family.
Have they done their DNA test? They can.
No, but I think when I go to the States this next go around, I'm gonna get Thomas to do his because it'll be a good, strong result. And I'm also thinking about doing one on Blaze. I don't know, maybe we can locate his mother that way. Otherwise, I'm in the process of trying to find a pro bono lawyer that does family law, because we need to file in order for Blaze to get a passport. Normally both parents have to sign off on it, but because we don't know where she's at and she's not seen her son in 5 years, fixing to be 6, we have to do something that I think is kind of mean. You have to file abandonment in order to be able to do the passport, and you have to
Yeah.
have a lawyer to help you do that. And I can't afford to pay a lawyer, so I'm hoping I can find a pro bono that's willing to do it. Uh-oh, that's upside down. Good thing I saw that. All right, we're getting closer to getting this block done. What are you working on? Are you
Turn
working
it
on this?
around. Oh, there you go. You did it already. Never mind.
Yeah, I had it upside down.
Yeah. I'm working on Snowdrift.
Looks like another dark block. Oh, I love those. That dark blue is really cool looking.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want that pattern so I can make it in batiks.
Yeah, it would look really good in batiks.
Yes, it would. What you're doing with it is beautiful too.
Yeah, but I'm just using the fabric that came with the pattern,
Mm-hmm.
which was Camille. The fabric's called Rosemary Cottage.
Cool.
And Camille Roskelly.
Ross Kelly. Didn't you say she was from Camille?
Bonnie and Camille.
Yeah, Bonnie and Camille.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, I know that name from somewhere else, or it was because their fabric designers won. I swear,
Yeah,
I think
they
I've heard that name
designed quite a bit
somewhere.
of fabric together. So
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. Got one more to put on here, and then we can start sewing the rows together. The channel is very quiet.
I noticed that. No, nothing in the chat.
Yeah, they're not talking, which means they're either doing something or there's another live somewhere and they're watching both at the same time.
Yeah, Becca's getting ready to come on, so
I know, and I'm trying to hurry up.
there's always a replay.
Yes, there is.
I try not to worry about what time people go live, it's like
Yeah,
I can't catch everybody. I can't,
yep.
worry about it. So
Now the thing is it's getting harder because I've noticed there's been an explosion of channels that have to do with sewing. A lot of them now, or I just wasn't aware of them until now one, but I think a lot of them are new ones.
Jean says, shh, we are quiet.
Like with Andy, I didn't know about Andy until Sean, and then when I looked at how many people follow her, I'm like, she's a bigger channel. How come I never heard about her?
Yeah, there's actually a lot of sewing channels out there that I've never
Yeah. I'm like,
seen,
where was I at?
which I think is really strange because that's one of my preferences and my recommendations is sewing and crafting and that kind of thing. So those channels should be coming up in my feed,
Yep. All right. Now
It's like
we
you said you did never heard of Lisa, and she has almost 100,000 subscribers.
exactly.
Yeah.
I'm like, who are these? How come I never heard of them? Means I was asleep at the wheel or something, or I wasn't aware of it. That's the thing. A lot of time I don't find out about, I have found out about more people because of Sean than any other channel.
Really?
Because he when he brings someone on Saturday morning, so it'll be someone I've never even heard of. And I'm like, I don't know this person. So I go and look her up and I'm like, I've been talking to John from Guys Craft 2. He made a comment the other day in his life. He says, you and I need to sew. We haven't been together in a long time. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. You need to come sew with me, or I come sew with you one. Because he's fun to sew with.
Yeah.
I'm going to be sewing with Ian. I don't know exactly when yet. We're in the process of deciding when. It's time for that once a year sew together.
With who?
Ian.
Oh, Ian.
Mm-hmm. Time for that once a year, let's sew together thing. I want to get. I wish I could get up with Eric, but Eric is so swamped of Treasure Heart Creations.
Yeah.
He's so swamped right now. It's just not. He's just not available. And I like sewing with him because we get to work on scrappy stuff. I love how he thinks outside the box.
Yeah, that he does. He's very creative.
Yep. And he's easy to hang out with, and he's just a really cool dude. I don't think he's even sung with Tiffany in a long while. He used to sew with her often, and I don't think they've been together this year.
Yeah, he's pretty busy at work.
And he's moved closer, so I guess it's been really swamping him down. I enjoy sewing with you too, though. Hadn't you noticed? Y'all are all calm and relaxed, and you're like water to my fire. And that's a compliment. All right, we got the first two rows pinned together. Now let's sew them and hope that the seams line up. There's lots of seams in here now. All these triangles and stuff. There's 16 half triangles in this block, which is going to be 9.5, which will be 9.5 inches when I finish it. So it's not a big block either. Well, those look okay. Let's go press it.
Are you pressing open?
Yes. Oh, yeah, I was going to show you the back of that other block too. Remind me to do that, okay?
Okay.
But yeah, the seams are open. When I do send that quilt from Sherry to you, do you want extra length of binding just in case?
Yeah, like one extra strip just in case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want them sewn together and pressed and all that, or do you want to do it?
Oh, I can do it. It's no big deal. Just send the fabric and
Okay.
is it or do you do 2.5 inch?
Yeah,
Okay.
because that's all I know how to do. I'm afraid to try to go smaller and then it not work.
Right.
But I should be able to, I think a yard ought to be enough for it, maybe, or a yard and a half. Should be about a yard, huh?
Well, what does a quilt measure, do you know?
Oh, hang on. It's supposed to finish at um 84 and a half by 84 and a half.
Okay. Hold on a second. Oh,
It probably says how much you need in binding on here, I'll bet.
do you have a or do you have a pattern?
Yeah, it's a book. And let me see if it tells you how much binding you need. It should tell you somewhere in here. You need, for the backing, it's 2 3/8 yards if you use 108 and a 7 7/8 yard if you use wide fabric. I don't even know what that means. I'm assuming it means regular. Oh, 44-inch wide. Okay. Why doesn't it mention the binding? Where is it? I know it's got to be here somewhere.
I can do the calculation real quick.
Okay.
Let's see. Width of fabric is.
Well, isn't that interesting? I don't see anything about the binding. I would have thought that would have been up here at the front of the book.
You need to cut 10 strips. The yardage is 3 1/4. So yeah, a yard of fabric could be more than enough.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. Okay. One more time. Okay. Now we've got one more to put on here. Hopefully it'll all line up like it's supposed to. And then we'll have this block done. Hey, Jess, welcome back. All right, let's get these lined up. And I haven't bought the backing for it yet. So I think what I want to do is maybe use on that, I'll show you this fabric here. Let me find it. It's the one that has the birds on it. I was thinking about, can you see this pink in the center?
Yeah. Yeah.
I was thinking about buying some of that as backing. Because it's soft and it's not
right.
in your, because it's because I know that Abby likes pink, so I could either do it that or I could do it in the that blue one. It's not quite turquoise, it's called something else, aqua, I think.
Are you doing regular fabric for the backing?
I haven't bought the backing yet.
Oh,
I'm
Okay.
just doing the sew along. But I'm pretty apparently those particular ones are basics anyway. So Fat Quarter Shop should still have them in stock because they're
Right.
considered basics for that particular fabric line. And I know she's had it. People's been using them a long time because I actually have a small amount of yardage that I bought like 4 years ago, I think, because I liked it. It was the only one of the few Tula Pink ones I like. But it's been fun making the blocks. I mean, I was surprised that I was going to enjoy it, and I'm enjoying it. The fabrics are not what I thought they were going to be. It's funny how you get colored when you see something, and then you're like, oh no, I don't want to. Welcome home. I'm glad you made it home okay. You just gave me an idea I have not seen, says John. Fuzzy flannel backing with part blocks on top, bound like normal, and or using flannel fussy blocks for the texture in a quilt. Oh,
Okay.
that'll be interesting. John says, I just got back and saw you were on. Hi, all new at people, some with numbers. Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion about that tonight. I'm going to have to go back over there and put my bloody name back on mine since they removed it from me. There can't possibly be another Greenland quilter with my name. In Germany, they have puff quilts. The is quilt is 4 inches to 6 inches thick. Wow. I couldn't imagine trying to sleep under one of those. I can barely sleep under a very light blanket.
I gotta go check on Brandon real quick. I'll be
Okay.
right back.
Okay. This is going to annoy me. John says Greenland Katie sounds like an old West name. Well, I had Greenland Quilter and then in parentheses my name so that people wouldn't call me Greenland. Because I prefer to call people by their name, not their channel. It makes it a little more personal. People still call me Greenland from time to time because I think they don't see that I had my name at the end of it. All right, let's see if we can get this on here without incident. You okay?
Yeah, he's outside, so. I couldn't hear him downstairs, so I thought maybe he was taking another nap, but looks like he went outside for a little while, so that's good.
Yeah, definitely. Because you said yesterday he slept a lot.
Yeah. He's just really tired.
What I find amazing is how Myra's mother just suddenly is up and moving around. Like something, I guess, so she has a caretaker that comes and spends like 4 hours every day helping Myra or her sister, depending on who's on the watch that month. And well, anyway, the caretaker lost her mother, who happened to be the same age as Myra's mother. And it's like her mother just had a wake up call. She's up moving around and she's eating and bathing and doing all these things.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said, maybe she was depressed. Maybe that was the problem. And Nora said, yeah, she was depressed. I said, it could be why she didn't want to get up and do anything. Missing, I know her dad's been gone, fixing to be 5 years now, I think. I can't believe 5 years has gone by because it seemed like it was just a year or so ago when he passed. Anyone who hasn't made this number 5 block, be careful with your hourglass blocks and don't stretch them if you can help it. Because if you do, they're going to be weird when you're attaching them to that center block.
There, all of those are parts done. Let's see. Where did those go?
You find something missing?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Darn it. I have to make some of those.
All right. Something wrong with my iron. Okay. here's the block. I'm going to put it on the design board.
Awesome.
Well, let me show you this one first. This is from earlier. And then I'll show you what the back of it looks like. And then I'll put the other one on the design board where you can see it. So here's the back of it.
Nice.
Okay. All right, let's put this little one on here so y'all can see it. And there you got it.
Beautiful. I love it.
Thank you. Came out all right, didn't it?
Yeah, it turned out great. I love the way we set the colors.
Yeah, me too. That works. And you're not being drawn straight to the center of the block like if we had to put that violet around it. It looks
Yeah, I think it
I'm-
looks really good. I like the way it turned out.
Me too. I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
So let me see. Everybody says, Teresa says, I finished and I did a video short. I will upload my channel in a bit. I'll go have a look. John says, I like that one now that the parts are trimmed in together. John says, today is nice too. Yeah, both of them look good. Jess says, that's beautiful, Katie. Thank you. Teresa's nice. It looks like puzzle pieces. I love it. She says, I love the pop of yellow, says Jess. And Judy says, it's very nice. Thank you, everyone. So tonight we just finished off this from last night. And then tonight, this was block number, just to update everybody, this one that I showed you a minute ago. This one is from block number 11 from the 1000 block book, and it's called Wild Blue Yonder. That's the name of this one. And I'll be posting next week information for the next block, which I can tell you now what it is. It's called Diamonds and something. It's going to be called, yeah, it's called Squares and Diamond. And that'll be our next one, which will be block number 12. And then I'll be pulling out 4 more blocks out of the book. I'll take pictures of the graphic, and then we'll start another poll for voting. And based on the percentage of voting, then we'll know which order we're going to do those blocks in. Katie, are all your blocks from the same fabric line? No.
No.
Do I know what fabric line they're all from?
No.
No. Some of them are probably from Island Batiks. Some of them are probably from Bali Batiks. Some of them are from Robert Kaufman Batiks. I don't know. I have been pulling out of my scrap stash and my yeah, I want to show you guys something. Y'all are gonna laugh. All those blocks you've been seeing me do have been coming out of this pile of scraps.
Nice.
I mean, there is lots of stuff in here, and it's heavy.
It's good to use up your scraps and your
It looks
stash.
like it looks like I'm making more scraps out of scraps.
Yeah, it always seems like that.
The Moda, Terry, the Moda blocks are also from the same thing I'm making my 1,000 block book blocks from. They're all coming from the same batik stash of smaller pieces of fabric, fat quarters that I had used off of from something else. And I had big chunks of the fat quarter left. I've been working off that. Like, I have lots of pieces that are like this, which this one is probably almost a half yard. It came from a yard. Here, let me show you some of it, so you can get an idea. I have a box in there that my kitchen dishes came in. Yeah, here, you'll see what I'm talking about. These are all 10-inch blocks, and all of it is batik. This is all batiks.
Nice.
And these were all cut from when I had yardage, and I was making things from it, and then I had a big enough piece like what I just showed you with that half yard, so I ended up cutting a 10-inch blocks in here. So some of these I have like several of the same color in here, and yeah, and if you look on the small camera, you can see I have purples and blues, different color blues, orange, pink. This is like a pink. This is more like a lilac than a pink. Orange, green, more orange. There's lots of purple in here because I like purple. See all that purple?
Yeah.
Purple, purple, orange,
Purple.
yellow, and blue. Oh, look, there's a, I forget what color you call that. But yeah, that's what, there's even this dark navy blue right here. I have several of those. So this, what this box holds is 10-inch blocks or squares. And then I have a couple of totes that have 5-inch ones where I, cut from leftovers. And I also have a box that has 3-inch and 2.5-inch where I cut from scraps. This is still scraps I'm working with. Uh-oh. Can't be sitting on my box. So you'll see I have small pieces here, and I keep them out here because for some of these blocks, it may only require like 2 of something. And if you're only making 1 block, this is big enough to do something with it. And then I have bigger pieces like this. And I have a lot of stuff like this where it's, now this is an actual, this is cotton, so this is not even supposed to be in here. Then I have strips like this, and these look like they're 2.5, so these can be cut down, or I can leave them like this, and when I need a rectangle that's like 2.5 by 3-inch, I haven't cut this down, and if I only need like 2 pieces and the color talks to me in a block, then I can use that. Then I have pieces like this where you see this is probably part of a fat quarter, or it could have been part of a half yard, because I just showed you a half yard piece I have too. So this is probably off of a yardage as well, because there's a fold up here. So it's all, so you got 1 long piece, but it's not half a yard. It's not a quarter yard either. So I put it in my little pile to use again. I keep small pieces like this, and I use them for when you need a certain size. Then you have long piece. I have a lot of long pieces like this, where I have this left over. There's strips like this. So you get the idea. There's like all kinds in here. And if I have enough of something and it's the right size for a block, and I want to use that color, like you've seen me use a lot of this color, this grayish blue color. A lot of my blocks, I have this color in it. I've been using it a lot because I like the color. I've used a little bit of this purple. That quilt top up here has this gray, and this is actually a batik, not a cotton. It looks like cotton, but it's not. Yep, butterflies. Then you have this really light stuff right here. More purple. Now this is probably another, yeah, this is a fat quarter that hasn't been cut on. Sometimes I end up getting mixed in here. Sometimes I can't find the right color that I'm after. So I'll pull a couple of fat, because I have a pile of fat quarters right behind the monitor that are open. They're not, they don't belong to any one grouping. And I also have 4 totes that I keep stuff like this in. And sometimes I'll go pull something because I'm looking for something specific. And then I get it out and I'm like, nope, wrong color. So this will go back in the box. But I try not to, because fabric is so expensive and everything that's going on in our world right now, it behooves me to try to use as much as what I have on hand before I start dipping into stuff that I haven't used yet. So this is all just pieces of batiks. Now this one is this was yardage, well, still yardage, because we have a fold up here with selvage. This looks like it's just a little less than a half a yard, but you can see where I've been cutting on it. And I like to fold, when I have them like this, I like to fold them so the raw edges are, I try to protect the raw edges when I've been cutting on them like that. So this one will probably go back into the box too, for, you know, unless I decide I need to use it for something. Because sometimes I run into a problem just once in a while where, gosh, I don't want to use this and I don't want to use this. What do I use? Here's some bright orange. Now this here is, when you see this, I'm gonna put it up close to the camera where you can see it. To you, it probably looks like cotton. This is actually batik background. And I bought this from Jordan Fabrics. And the other day I was watching her husband doing a quilt, and he was also cutting fabric. He had 4 different bolts of batik that was similar to this background. And I'm like, oh, it's time, because I bought, I think, 11 yards the last time I bought from him, and I bought it all like at once because this will last me a while. But I'm just, this is the, because I bought it 2 sets. I bought one as 7 yards and I bought another one as, I want to say 8 yards. And this is almost the last of the first set that I bought. So you can see I'm getting low on that. And this is a fat quarter. More pieces. All look. And y'all seen me using this fabric on other blocks. You've seen both of these. And here's another. This is not a fat quarter. It's just a piece of something. But you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And I mean, we haven't even like gone through all of it. So I go through it when it's time to make a block. I go through and say, okay, this is what I want. I'll look at the pattern of the block and I'm like, what do I want to do? Do I want to use 4 colors, or do I want to use only 3 or only 2? Or do I want to get crazy and make this in your face kind of block? That's what I do. I don't really have a plan when I'm doing these blocks until I start looking at the fabric.
So is most of your fabric batiks, or do you have?
I probably have, I'm almost thinking that maybe I might have more batiks than I have cotton, but I do have a lot of cotton. I have yards of cotton in a chest of drawers, and I've got them divided into color ranges. And like when you saw me do the back of this, where's it at? My little raspberry kisses that I quilted recently, that needs the binding on it. This backing is cotton. Well, the front of it's cotton too. But I went in, I have 4 drawers. That is a chest of drawers has 4 drawers, and it's all yardage. And I went in there and looked for something, and this is what I came up with. So there's probably, I've never done an inventory to see how many yards I actually have of just yardage in there, but I have quite a bit of yardage. But I also have lots and lots of fat quarters in cotton too. You know, because I have that subscription with Cotton Cuts.
Right.
And so every month you get fat quarters. And I've had that subscription since either fall of 2018 or spring of 2019. So you get 12 boxes a year. That's 12 times 12. That's 144 fat quarters. Times, yeah, many
7
years.
or 8 years.
Yeah. So yeah. So I know that I mean, you've heard me, I'm a little panicked about I might not be able to get, mostly it's batiks I'm worried about, because I love them so much. But I have enough to keep me busy for a couple of years, I think.
I think so.
I mean, so it's not like I'm going to not have no fabric tomorrow. That, no. But I have legitimate concerns, and that's okay to be like that. I don't think I have a stash like some people have, though. All right, let me see what's
You're
being
not,
said.
I know you're not talking about me.
No, because I really haven't seen your stash. I only see what you got on the wall and down back behind you, and that doesn't look like very much to me.
You've seen behind the long arm, haven't you?
No, I have not.
Oh.
You're gonna have to show me.
There's a little bit back there.
Okay, well, you'll have to show me sometime when you want to be generous to show. I'm not gonna twist your arm about it. But Terry says, nice, use it up. I love using it up. I don't like saving scraps continuously. I have them like that, Ziploc bags, very organized. John says, laugh out, Katie. No, you don't have a walk-in stash room. No, well, oh my God.
Yes, she does. She will when she gets her room fixed.
So most of you know I'm still not back in the craft room. Of course not. But a lot of my fabric, thank God, the ones that weren't exposed to the explosion in there, were all in totes, these kind of totes. Y'all are going to be like, oh my God. Now, this is a larger tote. I don't know the size of it. This whole tote is, here, let me, so a lot of my fabric I store either in this size or smaller, depending on how I separate. Like a lot of my cotton I have separated into color choices, so they're in smaller totes. This is all purple and shades of blue of batiks in this tote. Now, these are all fat quarters. Now, there is some in here that's yardage, like this might be a half yard piece. Let me look. I actually have this one is by Artisan Batiks called Butterfly Blooms, and it's lilac. And I bought a half a yard of this one. This is when the this one came from Georgia. No, this came from Missouri Star, I think. When things were so good before the pandemic. But yeah, so I have a tote that has purples and blues, a tote that has oranges, reds, and yellows in it, one that has colors I don't know what to put it in, you know, like blacks, dark greens, off the wall colors that look kind of like this. You know, I don't know how
Yeah.
to, yeah. So I have a tote that's like that. Now with my cotton ones, like from Cotton Cut, they're in smaller totes because I tend to, like I had a tote that Ian ended up with all of it from the tote. I had a tote where it had nothing but Tulip Peak that dated back to 2014.
Really?
Yep. And I rounded it all up out of the tote, put it in a bag, and put it in my suitcase, and I gave it all in. Because
Oh my gosh. You
and it was
did?
I did because a lot of it came in sampler boxes, and some of it came in a
Uh-huh.
couple of other subscription boxes. And I'm like, I don't want to do with this, so I gave it to Ian because
Nice.
I know he loves Tulip Pink,
Yeah,
and you know
he does.
he's a guy of limited means, just like me. So why not pay it forward?
Yeah.
I was going there anyway. But I have what we call a cold room, and the cold room is where I store canned food. It has no heating or air condition or no heating whatsoever in it. So in the wintertime it gets really cold in there. So I put canned foods in there. All of our DVDs are in there. Fabric that are in the totes are in there because that's a dry space in there. It's very dry. Anything I don't want to have to worry about that I want to keep protected. My yarn stash is also in there. My yarn stash, I have a yarn stash, but I consider my yarn stash to be a small yarn stash because I've seen other people's and I really don't have as many as they do. I have enough though. I'm not saying I don't have any. That's not true. I have plenty.
Just like
Teresa
you have
is
plenty of fabric.
what I'm hurting the most for. If anyone wants to donate anything, you're like, do you need anything? Y'all send me some of this.
Oh, thread?
This I just want this color. It's number 2600 Aurifil Dove. This is what I'm hurting for the most. I have plenty other colors because of sampler boxes and thread things that I used to have, and oh my god, I have too many, but I don't have enough of this color. Because I go through this year, I've gone this not this year, but last year, I went through 4 of these.
Yeah, that's why I bought me the big cone.
Yep.
That way I don't keep running out of thread.
Yep. 4 of these last year, and I'm about to empty another one now, and it's only at the end of June. So I have one left of that one, and then I have a cone that's just a tad bigger than this. So I don't know how far that one will go, and then I'll be totally out. Terry says, I use Dove. I am now using Maxi Lock Serger Dove colored thread. I only use cotton thread in all of my stuff. I'm a believer in cotton. Like that's
Terry.
So.
I was just going to tell Terry to shh. You be quiet, Terry.
Yeah, I saw that Teresa's not fessing up over there. You know what? I know y'all would like to see all of my stash. I promise you, if and when we finally get my butt back in, y'all, the holdup's not Nikolai, it's me. Every time I walk in that room and think I want to do something, 10 minutes in there, I step on a piece of glass and I turn around and walk out.
You got to hire somebody to come clean it out for you.
It bugs me that much. And I don't know how I'm supposed to get over that.
What's it been? 2 years now, something like that?
Yeah, 2 now that I'm not in there.
Yeah.
And that's sad because when I walk in there, it smells like fabric in there.
You could hire your little friend to come over and.
I thought about getting Hanifa over here and putting her to work because she
Yeah.
would love to earn the money. And I
Yeah.
could pay her a certain amount an hour, but she's gonna have to not be sitting on her butt because I'm not gonna pay her for sitting on her butt. But she probably would be willing to do it just for extra cash. Put your boots on, Katie, and do it, says Terry.
Yeah, get your boots on,
I
girl.
know y'all all want me to get on. You even told me to go in there. If I have nothing to be ashamed of to show you live. I just don't know how to set up lighting in there so you can see what the heck went on in there. It's very dark in there right now because we lost the window. Because I was talking to Nikolai and he says, honey, I don't know where you're going to put lighting so they can see what you're doing. I'm like, I don't know either.
Well, just put the lighting where you need it so you can get it cleaned up.
Yep, that's true.
That's
Very-
the important thing. And then once you get that done, then you can organize and do whatever and get your lights where you want them. And are you guys going to put a window back in?
No, we closed it off. So we only have
Okay.
one window in there now. And it's on the side of the house I don't think that her trampoline can crash into. I hope not. But yeah, we closed the one that was facing her house off. There's no window there anymore. And it's sad, but I don't want to be traumatized further by that nonsense. So, and Terry says, limit yourself to an hour at a time, 1 hour.
Yeah.
You know, you have a point. I was thinking about what if I just spent 10 minutes doing one little spot? And then when I got comfortable with 10 minutes, increase it to 20 minutes and do 20 minutes worth of something in there, but be productive the 20 minutes I'm in there. Does that sound silly to try to break it down in such baby steps?
No, I would do that for sure.
You know?
Yeah.
And take the vacuum cleaner in there and try not to cry while I'm running and I'm about to cry now. Because it sickens me that it happened. Okay. Terry
All
says, I survived a hurricane. I don't need to see. I know. And then she says, don't let it overwhelm you. Flex your muscles. You can do it. Maybe
Yeah,
I could bring a friend in Zoom and put it on my phone and just set the phone in there and we talk while I'm doing something.
There you go.
Maybe that would ease my mind.
There
Because
you
I'd
go.
have someone in there with me talking to me while I'm cleaning up one spot. Because I think if I could, go ahead.
I was just going to say that if you don't make it the full 10 minutes, don't get mad at yourself. At least you did it for 3 minutes or whatever,
Yeah, at least
however
I
long
can
you
walk
made
in and out of there now. Before I couldn't even
Yeah.
walk in there. Now I can
So-
walk in and out. I was just in there about 5 minutes ago to grab something. So at least I'm walking in and out. But when I walk in there and I look at it and I want to do something, my brain is saying, yeah, you need to do it. But then when you want to go in there, it's like, no, I don't want to.
Just get her done, Katie. Just get her done. You can do it.
I
You
know
can
I can do it. I just got to get my brain in gear. Terry says, Katie, I cleaned out my home. You have to make it like it is not your room. It is a job. It's not your stuff. When it is done, reclaim it.
There you go.
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I hadn't thought of it like that. That's actually a great way. Okay. We'll see what I can do. Maybe if I can do it in small increments every day, go in and spend 10 minutes. Go in there and spend a little longer. Terry said she actually had a crew help her, but she didn't tell them she says, I didn't tell them I was the owner. I worked alongside them. It was a job. That's a good way of looking at it. I appreciate y'all's great advice.
Yeah, and if you want to go in there and you need company, just call me on the messenger thing. I'll visit you while you're in there.
Okay, that sounds great. I would love that. Because part of it is I don't want to be by myself in there. And the other thing is Nikolai and I have this really wonderful relationship, but sometimes he is a Mr. I'm going to get it done right now kind of guy. And I know if I turn him loose in that room, I'm going to have a meltdown. Because he's not mean or nothing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that he won't dally around with it. He'll just go in there and do it and not care where something goes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons I'm a little. He claims he won't push any harder than he thinks I can handle. And he probably won't, because I do trust him. But the idea about having Hanifa come over and help is a great idea too. She's dating someone right now. She's got a boyfriend.
Yes, you might not have time to.
I met her boyfriend. I was a little shocked. You know, she was telling me that her friends were giving her grief over what he looked like. And I'm like, what does he look like? Well, he's Danish. So, but because of my skin, I said, your skin color don't have a damn thing to do with anything. So you're half African and half Inuit. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing. I said, does he treat you well? Is he mean to you? No. Does he act like a racist? No. Then just go with the flow. Don't listen to your friends.
No, she's a really pretty girl. She shouldn't feel.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
She has this beautiful heart within her too. And I think that I told her they're not, her friends kind of sound like they're jealous. And
Right.
if that's the case, then maybe they're not very good friends to start with.
Exactly.
Terry says, so go in there, have a good cry, wipe your nose and start. This comes from a place of love. I am not the boss of you. I know. And you're all of you, I'm not taking this any other way than that you care and you want to see me get over this. I get that. I want to get over it. It's just I have lacked the motive. We can be frank and honest here, right? I have lacked the motivation as part of it. She says, my daughter is like that. She's been home for one day and already started throwing away stuff. I have to shut my eyes, says Regina. Hey there, I didn't even know you were here. Yeah, there's that too. The other thing I have issues with is how do I don't even know how to start this subject. We'll talk about it another time.
You could, you know, Nico could put things in storage boxes while he's cleaning, you know, put things in storage boxes that are your stuff, and then stack them up. And then once he gets the room cleaned up, then you can come in and redecorate. Like you get to go through boxes of stuff that you haven't seen in a long time. That would be kind of fun.
Actually, that is a good idea, Teresa. Because then the room would get cleaned up and then I could, at my leisure and mental whatever, go through a box at a time of stuff. That is, yeah. I hadn't even thought of that because we could go get storage boxes and then put them in one side of the room and then I just start emptying them one at a time.
Yeah, like you're
actually
like
a
you're
good
just
idea.
In.
Yeah, yeah.
And it would be like Christmas almost because you haven't seen the stuff in a while, and you could, you know, pet your fabric and all your decorations, whatever, you know. I would just tell him, in these boxes I only want fabric, and these boxes I only want whatever.
What you don't know what to do with. Yeah.
Yeah, stuff you don't know what to do with. Yeah. And then you could like write on the outside of the box, fabric or you know, sewing, whatever, knickknacks.
Yeah, that's a good idea. John says, I like to take 1 hour at a time rather than one spot at a time. You can measure spots easy, but not in hours. That is true.
When I'm cleaning up, if I don't put stuff in a box like that,
Yeah.
it just gets messier before it gets clean. And so I just like put things in boxes and then I clean an area and then take them out of the boxes and put things back, you know.
Yeah,
That's the only way I can do it, because otherwise I just, you know, I get a mess over here and I got to
yeah,
clean over
chaos
there
happens.
and then I got to go clean over there.
Yep. Yep. Chaos happens and then it's out of control. It's like
Yeah.
it's like, let me move this camera. I'm gonna take
It
this
gets
camera off
worse
here.
before it gets better.
Yeah, let me show you something. Because I'm in a small space, which is my fault because I'm having difficulty about that room. Let me show you something. You see how this is turning into a mess? This is from months
Oh
of
yeah.
sewing. And every time I look at it, I'm like, this is getting worse. I've got to get this under control. Because I have nowhere to put all that stuff except put it back where it came from, you know, which needs to go back. If I'm not using it, I need to put it back in the tote. I get to sewing and sewing and sewing because y'all know, I've been on a sewing fiend lately over the last, 8 or 9 months now. My husband has messaged me. I'm going to take this phone off of the Zoom now because we don't need it now that I'm done. I can figure out how to do that. Oh, there we go. Okay. Y'all have given me great advice to think about. Definitely. Oh, I forgot to tell everybody that my husband sent his greetings. Oops. All right. Tomorrow night, what are we doing? Let's see. I need to see what I plan on sewing on. I think what I'm going to work on tomorrow on the live is I'm going to try to get the third row of my magnolia, at least the blocks ready for sewing together so that we can get that third row on there. And then once we get the third row of my magnolia on it, then I can make a decision on what kind of border I want to put around it. And then it'll be another small quilt that I can get ready for quilting. I can quilt. I think I'm going to quilt it on a live at some point. I'm trying to find my June. Yeah, there it is. So I'll either work on magnolia or either my tulip pink, one of the two. Probably magnolia because I really want to finish that. And at least finish the main portion of it because I'm gonna make it. It'll be a 3x3 quilt. 3 blocks by 3, something like that. I think it, or it was 4. I don't know. Let me show you. Let me see here. Where are you? Underneath all this mess. Oh, here it is. Look at here. More Batiks. Strip pieces. So right now I've got, let me see how many blocks. Maybe I need it. 3x3. So I have 2 done. So I just want to do 1 more row and then decide on some border. And then I could go ahead and find a backing in the yardage. And then it'll be another mini quilt.
Yeah, nice.
I'm having fun with this one. I love the effect that the little pops of color gave to it.
Yeah. Looks great.
So just think, you guys, I have binding to do on my Raspberry Kisses. This one's ready for this one on the wall over here that you can't hardly see. That one over there. That one's ready for sandwiching and quilting. And when I get this done, this one will be ready. And then I'll have 3 quilts that will need to have binding done. That's 3 finished quilts
Wow.
when I get it all done. So maybe by the end of the year, y'all might see more than, see more finished quilts, because I'll have the Tula Pink one that I have a goal of getting that ready for quilting by August. And Sherry of Sherry Yurton Quilting is going to do the quilting. And my friend here, Teresa, said she would volunteer to do the binding, because so the reason she's volunteered, you wait, is because I would have to, I got to mail it to Sherry, and Sherry was going to mail it back to me after the quilting. And then I was going to bind it and then send it to California. But then Teresa had a great idea. Why not have Sherry send it to her, and she'll do the binding, and then she'll mail it to California, and then they won't be this jump back overseas with it, which makes good sense. And then my granddaughter will have a new quilt. John says, I like cold water shrimp. If I really don't like Southeast Asian type, I think they taste like mud. Well, come to Greenland and have some with us. It's Northern Atlantic shrimp. Do you need the genus and species of it, John? Because I would have to, I'll have to ask him what it is. He knows the answer to that. I don't. I can just tell you that sure is yummy. All right, so yeah, so tomorrow it's going to be Shannon, Janice, and Shonda, unless someone ends up not being able to make it for whatever reason, because that happens sometimes. Let me see if I got any emails today. I checked earlier and there wasn't any. I'll take you out in a minute, little miss.
I miss it. Oh, it's almost 6 o'clock.
Yeah, it's about time for us to get off of here.
Yeah.
But let me go look at the email real quick before I do cut this off. If it lets me. Yeah, there's no email in here. Okay. John, I'll get back to you on like the brand name he makes on the boat. Yeah, it's Royal Greenland Shrimp. He works for Royal Greenland. That's the name of the company. And all of the stuff that goes out into the market has Royal Greenland on it as a label. And I know they're selling some to the United States, but I'm not exactly sure where. I could ask my boss. She might know the answer to that. But let me find out for you, John. I'll have to talk to Nikolai. Nikolai has the better answer than I can give you right now. He knows more about it than me. So let me find out from him and I'll let you know, okay? Where do you live at again, John? Don't you live on this side of the pond? You hear her talking?
Yeah. What's the matter, Nora?
Do you hear her tail?
I
Come
think she
here,
has to
you.
go potty now.
Yes, she does. Come here, you.
Don't push on her belly.
Say hello, everybody. You cannot. You're going to scratch me again. She made me bleed the other day. Don't lick my face.
I know. Give Mama kisses. Give Mama kisses.
Canada. Okay. I'll see if they ship anything to Canada. They might do business with Canada for all I know. I don't know. Look at her tail. You see that tail?
Yeah.
That tail never stops. Are you in love? Oh, do you love mommy?
She's so happy you picked her up.
Do you love mommy? You my girl, aren't you? You my girl, aren't you? You're getting your tongue on my glasses, little one.
That's what Brandon's dog does to me when she tries to lick my face and
Yep.
makes a big tongue mark right across my glasses.
Yep. That's what she just did with mine. Now I got this mark across my
Stop
glasses.
licking my face.
Like, thanks a lot. All right. All right, now I'm going to shut this down. So remember, tomorrow night, 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. See you there. If you want to ask my guest any questions, please do. This will be the first time I'm sewing with Shannon. So when y'all come in, help her feel welcome. She's a little bit shy, I think. And so here's what's going to happen. Y'all are going to be like, what the heck? So I did an interview podcast with her, but when we were scheduling things for both the premiere of the podcast and for her to sew with me, she's sewing with me before the podcast because that's when she had an opening. So y'all are going to see her sewing with me first and see the podcast next week on Tuesday. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
You'll be like, I just met her. Why did you do it after the fact? No, it was done we did the interview 2 weeks ago, I think. But she couldn't sit down for the premiere until next Tuesday. And the sewing, because I do my lives on Saturdays anyway, it's easy for her to hop onto that because I'm already live that day. I didn't have to set up, 2 or 3 weeks down the road. And then something happened where one of us had to cancel because if I go off on the boat, you know what's going to happen. Katie's not going to have any lives because she's going to be incognito where you can't even talk to me. So,
Right.
yeah. All right. So thank you for tonight. And thank you for coming, Teresa. I appreciate you so much.
Thanks for having me.
I really enjoy you coming and sewing with me. And I'm glad they're getting to see your horse coming to life and that quilt you're working on. That's beautiful.
Yeah, 2 more blocks and I'll be ready to put it all together.
John, they don't sell it in stores over there? She's very sweet, Terry. She's shy too, I noticed. But she was easy to talk to. We had a really great podcast interview together. I really learned a lot about her I didn't know because I hardly knew anything about her. And when we started talking, it was like, golly, she's really easy to talk to. And I love that when I sit down, because I love doing these podcasts a lot because I get to learn something new about someone. And I don't think you and I have sat down to one, Teresa.
We haven't?
No, we have not. So, I need to pin you down for one. But I really like it because I learned, I think I probably know a lot about you already. There might be some stuff I don't know. But I've learned a lot just by watching your lives and you sewing with me as well. But anyway, I love it because I learned so much from people that I didn't know. And I like asking questions like, one of my questions is, what would you like to tell us about you that might surprise us? That question. Or what is your favorite guilty pleasure? And it doesn't have to be quilting. It can be any guilty pleasure. Someone answered me, she likes to watch true crime shows. So it could be anything. So it's fun asking funny questions along with just more serious ones.
Here's something about me you probably never knew.
Okay.
I used to teach belly dancing.
Belly dancing?
Mhm.
That's the first time I've heard that one. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you something you didn't know. I took 2 years of karate.
Really?
I did.
Wow.
It was a time when I felt I was young and I wasn't married, and my sister had met this guy. He was a sensei, and he was really nice. And when I met him, we had sat down and we talked about my asthma problems and whether or not it would be possible for me to learn at least self-protection. And he says, you can do any of this. I just won't be running you around the gym.
Right.
Everybody else will be running, but you won't.
I took about a year of Kung Fu self-defense classes.
Can I use it now? No. I do know how to punch someone in the throat, though.
Yeah, me too. I could do that. Or in the eyeball.
Yeah, or eyeballs. Yeah, that was one of his favorite. Poke them in eyeballs.
Or I could key them.
The other thing you can do is the other thing he told me was you could kick them in the knee. You catch them in the knee just right, you will cripple them
Yeah.
because they'll hit the ground fast when you kick them in the knee.
Terry says she knew that. She knew that about me. Yeah, that secret came out a couple of years ago, and then people were teasing me for quite a while. And
Oh, I
then
bet they were.
I still even have belly dancing costumes and stuff. I need to get rid of.
Oh, I bet you look sexy in them too.
Oh yeah, I bet I'm really sexy.
Well, I have a picture of me wearing a corset with a short skirt, and you're probably like, "What? Wait, huh?" Yeah, there's actually one on my Facebook.
Really?
Yep.
I'll have to look at that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I have some pictures of me in my costumes.
Me and Nikolai were at a convention, and this lady was making corsets, and I love corsets. And I was already wearing the short skirt, and so she let me try on one of hers. It was it was from the breast to the hip kind of corset. And when she put that thing on me, I was like, "Oh my God!" But do you know how much it cost? $650.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And I'm like, well, I can forget about ever owning one because that's no small chicken feed. Terry says, I knew that I was keeping it a secret. And then John says, I know to the famous Zorba, the belly dancer in Florida. He has been teaching for decades. A man teaching belly dancing? Really?
Oh yeah, there's quite a few male dancers, belly dancers.
Zorba says Zorba is also a big sewing machine enthusiast. All the Japanese manufacturers he knows the most in North America. Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, right now, probably now, of course, it's over 2,000 by now, I'm sure, because that was in 2010.
Okay, Nora, just a minute, baby.
She's like, would you please get off your butt and come, Mom? Really? All right,
All
I gotta
right,
go because a certain dog is yapping at me. Love you guys.
Yeah,
Thank you for
I
coming
gotta go
tonight.
too.
Remember to live, laugh, love, and dream. And what do you do with all that? You make something beautiful. See you tomorrow night. See you later, Teresa.
Bye. Bye, Nora.
Say bye-bye, Miss Loudmouth over here. Really? You are so funny. All right, we're off.